all as we prepare ourselves for an exciting week where we will be reflecting on bridging the gap between science and society, fostering research and innovation for social impact. And so we are thrilled that you could join us online and in person here at the Senet Hall at our iconic UNISA campus in Pretoria. We want to say, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, colleagues, and students, good morning and welcome to you all to the University of South Africa's Research and Innovation Week. My name is Genevieve, and I'm honored to be taking you through this part of the program this morning. To start our day, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you who have gathered here to celebrate and explore the incredible advancements and innovations of our university. In today's world, the importance of science in meeting the needs of society cannot be overstated. The research and innovations we pursue as the University of South Africa are not just academic exercises, but these are vital tools in addressing the critical issues facing our communities, our nation, our continent, and the world at large. And we know that these tools are critical for the big, seemingly intractable problems of society. From climate change to health crises, from technological advancements to social justice, the work we do here at UNISA is aimed at creating real-world solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, higher education plays a critical role in the development of society. It is within the walls of the university that the next generation of leaders, thinkers, and innovators are nurtured. And we continue to break down these walls to nurture leaders for a sustainable society across the nation. The intellectuals we cultivate here are the ones who will go out and ask the critical questions, the hard questions that society sometimes avoids. And these intellectuals will go out there and determine, together with government, business, civil society, and communities of shared place or shared purpose, they will work together to resolve the big development challenges of our time. They will shape policies, create technologies, and push the boundaries of what we know and what we can achieve. It is important, however, to remember that higher education and the research we produce are not ends in and of themselves. They are a means to an end. Our ultimate goal is to deploy our knowledge and innovation to make a tangible difference in the world, to improve lives, and build a better future for all. Now, to set the context for this most auspicious celebration of our researchers, those who are committed to deploying science in service of society, I'd like to call upon Professor Thenjiwe Meyiwa. She is the head of our research and innovation portfolio, and she will unpack the context for us. We are delighted to have Professor Meyiwa, and she will be talking us through what we can expect for this very exciting and enlightening week. Prof, we really, really appreciate you. We appreciate your efforts in leading this critical portfolio. Over to you. How about a round of applause for Prof?
Thanks, Program Director, for ushering me in. Bridging minds, bridging gaps towards uniting UNISA's research for an innovation that responds best to societal challenges. Intent on matching our theme for this week, I've titled this brief talk and context thus, also in view of what the 2024 R&I week activities are promising and committed to deliver. Also cognizant of our annual Senet, that is the R&I Awards event of the 7th of June. The VC and principal of the university, UNISA's management of all levels, UNISANS, students, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge you at this venue and across all online platforms that we are existing right now. Dumelang, Sanbonan. It is with great pleasure and a profound sense of purpose that I stand before you today as we embark on a journey of exploration, innovation, and societal transformation. As the VP overseeing R&I, and this week in particular, it is my honor to welcome you all and to provide this context ahead of the Vice Chancellor doing the official welcoming and opening. It is R&I week. I'm happy we've resuscitated this week. At one point, due to COVID, we had to drop it. This week serves as a beacon of hope, illuminating the path towards a future where the boundaries between science and society blur, and where research and innovation becomes synonymous with progress and prosperity. And you'll concur with me, the screen is gorgeous, isn't it? We could not have rolled it out during any other time but this week. So we're setting the context in style. As we gather here, ladies and gentlemen, we are united in our commitment, I want to believe, to bridging the gap between science and society. It is imperative to recognize the pivotal role that research and innovation play in shaping our collective destiny. The theme of this week speaks volumes to the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, beckoning us to rise to the occasion and harness the full potential of our intellectual endeavors for betterment of humanity, and so much related to one of our mantras, UNISA in the service of shaping humanity. With that, through this week, we're embracing diversity in disciplinary approaches. We will bear witness to a myriad of presentations, each offering a unique perspective on the intersection of science and society. From the hallowed halls of academia to the bustling streets of our communities, our esteemed academics, researchers, and our research chairs, I'm happy that we have some research chairs here that have come physically, a number of them are online, will come together to explore the catalytic niche areas that define our research landscape. These areas, rooted in our collective consciousness, hold the key to unlocking solutions to the most pressing challenges facing South Africa, facing Africa, and facing the world at large. Yet, as we embark on this noble quest this week, we cannot ignore the formidable obstacles that lie in our path. With limited resources and ever-increasing demands, the pursuit of research and innovation is fraught with a myriad challenges. Balancing considerations of sustainability, ethics, poverty, alleviation, skills enhancement, and economic growth requires a delicate equilibrium, one that demands our unwavering dedication and resolve. Concentrating a bit on adapting because of the changing landscape that has come on us, we find ourselves navigating a rapidly evolving landscape where the nature of innovation itself is undergoing a profound transformation. In an era defined by the relentless march of progress, the era of the information age, smartphones, and artificial intelligence, we must be vigilant in our pursuit of knowledge, constantly adapting to meet the demands of an ever-changing world. Just this morning, Prof. Liseka sends me news that I wasn't aware of 11 journals that have been taken off one of our publishing houses because of AI infestation of those journals. So be on the lookout with all of that. It calls for us to be responsible researchers, responsible innovators. In the light of these challenges, it is incumbent upon us to embrace the principles of responsible research and innovation. This entails looking inward for inspiration, drawing upon our own lived experiences and collective wisdom to chart a course towards a brighter future, critique and collaborate so that we become ourselves beacons of the guiding principles that UNISA subscribes to as we seek to challenge and be challenged, forge partnerships that transcend the disciplinary boundaries and empower us to achieve our shared goals. If you look through the program, this is so much reverberated till Friday of this week. Crucially, the success of our endeavors hinge upon the active engagement of all stakeholders, from policymakers to practitioners, from academics to activists. We must pull together, pooling our resources and expertise to effect meaningful change. It is only through collective action and shared commitment that we can hope to address the pressing challenges of our time and build more equitable and sustainable future for all. In conclusion, let us remember that the pursuit of research and innovation is not merely an academic exercise. It is a moral imperative, a sacred trust bestowed upon us by future generations for us to avoid what has just come through just late last week into this week. As we embark on this journey together, let us do so with courage and conviction, knowing that the fruits of our labor will not only enrich our lives, but also improve the lives of countless others around the world. Together, let us bridge minds, bridge gaps, and build a brighter tomorrow for all. Thank you. Kareboha.
Thank you so much, Professor Meiwa. Thank you for your leadership in this area. And I think we owe a great debt of gratitude to the research portfolio, the entire team, for putting this exciting week together. Prof, we are looking forward to all of the special events that will mark the 2024 Research and Innovation Week of UNISA. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us our principal and vice chancellor. She is literally off the plane, and she's with us now. We are really delighted to have a vice chancellor who is a transformative leader, guiding our institution to new heights. Please would you welcome Professor Puleng Lenkabula.
Good morning. If I want to commend you, Professor Meiwa, for ensuring that we had good coffee on a Monday morning. I think it's a great need, especially given the... Oh, okay, thank you. Especially on a Monday morning. Program Director, Dr. Genevieve James, the Deputy Director of Community Engagement and Outreach, Academic Planning and Academic Planning, Professor Meiwa, the Portfolio Leader for Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization. It sounds like an essay. Professor Mguchini, the Executive Dean of the College of Graduate Studies, and all the deans present. I saw Professor Nkosi earlier on. I hope others are participating either virtually. Let me also recognize the chairs, SACHI chairs, but also chairs of the different research arena. I saw Professor Liteka and Professor Adeshina. We said it properly. Then let me recognize all the CODs, HODs, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I want to express my great joy to welcome you to this important event in the calendar of the University of South Africa, the Research and Innovation Week. If we look at the developments in our university, we should be proud of the investment that the university is making to advance research. This is quite important because the second pillar or first pillar of what a university is about is an important area that we continue to want to improve. The second aspect that I thought was important to affirm is really to congratulate yourselves and Professor Mayua for the improved position of UNISA within the world rankings, as well as the number of NRF-rated researchers, the numbers of staff members with PhDs that we are recruiting, among others, are a testament to the contributions and commitments that we would like to make. I'm very appreciative that we were only 39% of the university academicians with PhD, and now we are over 62%. Our intention, thank you very much. Truly, our intention as a university is to get to at least 80% by the end of next year. We do so because we feel it's important that we strengthen our research agenda, but also the impact of the research that is done by UNISA academics. Many social commentators believe that the world is becoming more polarized place, especially now with the wars in Ukraine and Russia, Israel, Gaza, and Palestine, the eruptions in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the wars on the biotic and natural resources within the African continent, as it is the increase in the hegemony of those who continue to wield a lot of power in the multilateral and global contestations. It is equally important for us to also acknowledge the challenges of ecological degradation and often limited in our definitional dimensions when we just talk about climate change. It is quite important, especially for us in the continent, to ask the questions, what are the real substantive questions around ecological degradation, given the costs that our societies are going through. The scholars in Ecuador have created a conceptual framing of ecological debt to ask for those who have undermined the integrity of creation to look into not distributing the liabilities to everyone, but to create accounting systems that attend to these matters. Equally true are the questions of neoliberalism that has taken over every aspect of our lives, where nothing is outside the boundaries of for sale or for profit making. In the recent article about the marginalization and the sale or the profiteering of the care industry in the United Kingdom, Peter Monbiot asked the question, are we going to keep quiet as intellectuals around the ramifications of putting everything for sale in our societies? And what is the role of the intellectuals in ensuring that governments, as we do private sector, treat humanity with dignity? The same is true to the context of emerging requirements for consolidation of democracy or the contestations of democracies in the varied countries, including the fact that at least 60% of the countries in the world will be going through elections. Whether you think about us in a few days' time on the 29th, when we will be casting our ballots and ensuring that we vote for the government we would like, or whether we think about Madagascar, Mexico, Rwanda, Taiwan, Namibia, Botswana, to the United States, to name but a few. Elections, socio-economic and geopolitical temperatures, maybe you have some mint tea. Elections aside, socio-economic and geopolitical temperatures in general appear to be rising, along with global warming and other factors that add fuel to the fire. Globally, we are seeing an increasing prevalence of misinformation, especially on social media, exacerbated by the advent of the deep fake generated by technologies such as artificial intelligence, but for us as UNISA, we also know generated, but the contested ideas about what it means to being a university. In this volatile and uncertain climate, whose facts can the public trust? To whom can the person on the street turn for reliable, verifiable, accurate facts and figures? All indications are that the scientific community continues to rank highly as a trusted, reliable source of good data, information, analysis. But the same, whilst this may be true, critical analysis by feminist scholars, such as our own, such as the American scholar who argues that the university has become very distant from communities, writing in languages that are not accessible and maintaining a sense of distance from the communities they should be addressing the questions to. I think this is quite an important area for us to mediating our scholarship into the public and to ensure that the public understands who we are. A study published on the Nature website in February this year carried the following headline: largest post-pandemic survey finds trust in scientists is high. The accompanying article reported that people around the world have high levels of trust in scientists, and most want researchers to get more involved in policy decisions. However, this trust is not something we can take for granted. The 2024 Elderman Trust Barometer, on which Nature was reporting, revealed a number of concerns around public trust in science and innovation. One of the concerns was that governments and private interests interfere in research, and the politicization of research becomes one of those aspects that we need to pay attention to. Similarly, there was concern that funders, whether government or private, had too much influence on how research is conducted. Interestingly, concern about the funder influence on research was high among South African respondents, scoring 65 against the average of 59. Another concern that is quite important for us as African scholars to pay attention to is the fact that our work must be as globally competitive as we would like to. We should not serve as raw data or raw material for scholars in the global north, and therefore, at all material times, as a university, academicians, we must seek to being competitive and comparable to the best. And then there is a long-standing question of communication problem that science has. On average, 45% of people surveyed in the Elderman Barometer said scientists did not know how to communicate with them. In South Africa, the figure was even higher at 49%. Two other fascinating emerging trends were as follows. First, the search engines have become the most trusted source of information. But if we look at the prejudicial systems where Africa's scholars are not normally immediately accessible in some of these search engines, we must be deliberate, therefore, to ensuring that we look for African intellectuals and African scholars. I mean us, colleagues. The tendency to think about Africa is above Limpopo, when we in this country are ourselves Africans. So I'm also entailing us in this understanding. Second, people are most likely to trust an innovation if it has been evaluated by scientists and ethicists. Research ethics and integrity truly matter to an average person. So it's very important that we in this room, but also participating virtually, understand the impact of our research and its influence to our society, whether on policy systems, but also even as we advance varied innovations. We know that in the past 5 or in the past 10 years, we have dealt as universities, but also as a country, with the emergence of anti-intellectualism, where social, political, and sometimes science analysis has been done by those who have not studied, neither are professionals in the areas that they are given the right to comment on life, on politics, on research. And in this period of elections, we are going to be inundated with non-scientific opinions couched as though they are research. And it's very important that we as scholars pay attention to these and ensure that we empower our society by bridging facts and research analysis into the democratic dividend that elections allow. So in a nutshell, we need to demonstrate our independence and autonomy as researchers. We need to show in no uncertain terms that we adhere to the highest standards of research ethics and integrity. We need to do research that matters to the people and make an impact on our lives and livelihoods. We need to do more to communicate our research to the public, and we need to make concerted efforts to engage with people and communities in ways that are accessible, transparent, ethical, and inclusive. In short, we need to bring the theme of 2024 UNISA Research and Innovation Week to life by bridging the gap between science and society, fostering research and innovation for social impact. Over the next 5 days, each of the 8 UNISA colleges and the 2 schools will be sharing what their researchers are doing to bridge the gap between science and society, thus creating societal impact. Whilst this presentation will come from many disciplinary angles, a noticeable pattern of common themes will be evident. That is how research we are doing aligns with the university 10 catalytic niche areas, and how the catalytic niche areas align with our National Development Plan, with Agenda 2063 of the African Union, as well as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. Even as we do this, we must never lose sight of the bigger picture of what we do and why we do so. At some point, there have been discussions and debates around the 10 catalytic niche areas. Are these innovative? Did we create them? Or did we just cut and paste? And I want to be very firm to state that there are many, many issues that our society grapple with. The 10 catalytic niche areas are our request for us as a university to read the signs of times, to see where research in South Africa and in the continent has not impacted on the transformations and competitiveness of our society. We recognize through the 10 catalytic niche areas that the last 10 or 15 years in our society has resulted in the SOEs that embodied research and innovation that were strong and competitive in the global arena being hollowed and not being able to do the research that they ought to do. We recognize that the dividends of the innovation were lost when we couldn't optimize the successes of Joule, the EV car that South African universities would have participated in. The same is true, we recognize that at a time in our society, in the global marketplace, more 99, the aspects of nuclear inventions in alignment with the medical health sciences. South Africa was the only country that was able to produce this important medicine. And yet, as we speak in 2024, China, Germany, and others have taken over, and South Africa is nowhere to play. So when we bring the catalytic niche areas to the fore at the center, is really to ensure that this gap between innovation, commercialization, impact, and research is found, and that UNISA is the vitality source for ensuring that these aspects are promoted, supported, and that they improve the plight of our society as they do the competitiveness of our society. There are other important themes that cut across many presentations, such as the responsible use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other aspects. Let me state, I've just come from Sweden and Denmark, colleagues, where we were looking at the imperative of bilateral agreements between South Africa and Sweden. I've been disappointed that as UNISA, we don't make available the opportunities for our students and our researchers to cultivating these partnerships. I've requested Professor Meiwa and her team to ensure that in the future, UNISA has the most researchers participating in these bilaterals. In this past 4 years, we have multiple bilaterals that allow for our researchers in the university to engage in globally with their peers and the support therein to be harnessed. I want to appeal to the deans of the colleges and the portfolio managers to make these opportunities available so that our impact will not just be in South Africa or in the continent, but will find global footprint. Finally, I want to also commend the College of Humanities, Professor Meiwa. You were there when we were at the University of Namibia, at the African Association of Universities, where one of our scholars, Professor Sekgalo, through a collaboration with UCT and Bristol University, has produced a charter that has become a global document that universities in the global south and in the global north use as a criteria for forging partnerships. I think she needs a round of applause. I'm sharing this, colleagues, because this is an example of global impact, of collaboration with partners in the global south and in the global north. I was quite, and we said this with Professor Meiwa, when 88 universities at a go agreed to sign the African Charter that Professor Sekgalo and others have created, Divine 4 and others. We were quite proud that the impact of the work that was done by 3 individuals has now been even embraced by ranking systems such as the Times Higher Education as an area of engagement. And in Thailand, When the Times Higher Education meets, they will also still be discussing the charter, as was the case at the University of Pretoria, where UNISA was represented by Professor Masenya on the Times Higher Education. The same is true in Australia. This charter was discussed by the various ranking systems, and I'm very proud that as a university professor, Mayua, we have made an indelible mark through the work that I'm referring to, wherein UNISA is a contributor to best practices, ethical practices of how researchers in the global south and in the global north must act together. I want to conclude with the words of a liberation icon and educationist who taught many in the world, including one of the most cited educationists, Paulo Freire. Amilcar Cabral, a leader of Cape Verde and Guinea. He says, education is the fundamental basis that underpins the work of emancipation of every human being and the conscientization of humankind, not in relation to individual or class needs or conveniences, but in relation to the environment in which she or he lives, to the needs of the community, and to the problems of the humanity in general. Today, education, we can replace by science, aims at the full realization of humankind without distinguishing race or origin as a conscious and intelligent, useful and progressive being integrated into the world to his or her geographic, economic, social environment without any sort of submission. For this, and because this, the issue of education or science cannot be treated separately from the socio-economic question. Colleagues, welcome to 2024 UNISA Research and Innovation Week. I wish you all the best in the deliberations, and I'm hoping all the papers that will be presented here will find themselves in publications here at home or abroad. Welcome. Thank you.
I'm sure by now you are all fully alert, awake, alive, after hearing our Vice Chancellor, her compelling vision, and we really appreciate her leadership as she inspires us to reach greater heights. Friends, I want to say that at UNISA, we have a very, very clear mandate. As the largest university in the country and on the continent, and one of the largest universities in the world, ours is a significant position of influence. And through the leadership and vision of our Vice Chancellor, we have been really looking outward throughout the nation, the continent, and the world. We have been given the express mandate that the world is not just our backyard, but the world in all of its richness, in all of its fullness. And we have been inspired to go into all the world and issue the call, come, let us reason together. And as we reason together, we can identify and explore these big challenges and actually see solutions. So it is possible. Higher education does not have to just be about processing students through to graduation and providing opportunities for academic upward mobility. Higher education has a change agency unparalleled. All of us are change agents. and we look forward to, under the leadership of our Vice Chancellor, to go into all the world and see the change that we can make. So, our keynote speaker today is Professor Tennyson Mngutshini. Prof. Tennyson is actually the Executive Dean of the College of Graduate Studies, and he is an illustrious researcher and scholar, and we are so happy that he is going to be giving us the keynote address today. Prof is renowned for his pioneering work in the health sector. He is currently guiding the university's postgraduate programs and ensuring that our postgraduate students have the best possible mentorship and training to become fully fledged researchers who bridge the gap between science and society. And so we are really excited to have Prof join us. His insights and expertise will undoubtedly spark new ideas and discussions. Please join me in welcoming Professor Tennyson Mngutshini.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. I have a presentation here just to keep me on track. I had hoped to connect this myself, but you know you've become very old when you approach technology and someone younger comes to connect it up for you. So I was hoping I would have been able to do this myself, but let's see. Let's see how we go. I just need to turn this on. Yeah. Before we get on to the presentation, I just want it automatically shows up. Eh? Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning once again. Before we begin, I think I should rightfully acknowledge our Vice Chancellor for welcoming us, and of course our Vice Principal for setting the scene around this week's R&I Research and Innovation Week. You will know that it's aptly titled Bridging the Gap Between Science and Society. And whether we like it or not, universities have for a very long time now been receiving quite a lot of well-reasoned criticism for being ivory towers of intellectual and scholarly information that never really translates to societal impact. This week is dedicated to ensuring that we very actively and in very conspicuous ways attend to that issue, particularly in spaces where we have directed the university to go. And there is no other more substantive space than the area of optimizing, integrating, institutionalizing our catalytic niche areas. So the talk that you have the talk you have from me is really about considering some of the issues around moving from that theoretical space where we talk about the concepts behind the catalytic niche areas to how we actually practice and make this a reality for the world that we operate in. When I was approached to do this, it was very interesting, the sort of conversations that foregrounded my approach. The first was somewhere along the way, I was told that you and the VC have these catalytic, they were not called catalytic niche areas to me at the time. We were told we have these catalytic niche areas of ours that we talk about everywhere, and they don't mean anything. They're just here to complicate life. I want to challenge that person who suggested that, and indeed our academic community to look at the practical possibilities of the niche areas. I know the VC has already spoken very clearly about the intentional identification of the 10 areas that the university settled on, and I will reinforce that and go through a very meticulous outline of how we got to the 10 that we got to. And I will then share with you some of the modalities for moving from theory to praxis. And in doing that, I want to also open up a space for questions. I think you know when you're with intellectual people and you ask them to do something and they just say yes, one of two things has happened. Either they did not listen, or secondly, they actually have kind of decided that what you're asking them to do, they are already doing, or there is no value in them doing it. So we've had one too many conversations around catalytic niche areas where people just sit and look at you in the room. And there's something very intellectually problematic with that, because they are meant to incite questions, they are meant to get you to provoke your mind into thinking about how do I apply this in my space. So the address that I have prepared this morning is intended to give you enough foregrounding so you can interrogate this progression within the university in a way that will get you to accept it and to actually own it as something that defines the type of scholar that you will be. And in doing that, I have 7 specific broad areas that I hope we will cover. The first is I will take us back to the context around the UNISA's catalytic niche areas, where it came from. It is not actually a manifestation of a dream that the VC had or some other conversation that is informal. It comes from the highest strategic body that the university has, and I will speak us through that. I also want to give some scientific rationalization to why universities need niche areas, why universities have to have specified focus areas, because without that, the pedigree of university that we want to give some scientific rationalization to why universities need niche areas, why universities have to have specified focus areas, because without that, the pedigree of university that we want to be, we will never be that. And I think it's clear to understand that we will not become what we wish when we go to other renowned universities unless we have a very specific focus in terms of who we want to be seen as. I will, for the purposes of those that have not already come across the niche areas, I will flash them up for you so you can see them. And immediately after that, I want to speak to some of the modalities that the university has created to allow us to implement the theory into practical spaces and into active scholarly activity that we engage in. And the reason I do that, folks, is as we speak today, there's quite substantial conceptual disorientation around what catalytic niche areas mean for certain pockets of the university. So I will sometimes go and have conversations with colleagues in, say, for example, and this is just an example, a colleague in the Department of English Studies who will turn around and say, look, how can you talk to me about marine studies? English is not marine studies. Are you trying to get me to change and become a different academic? And what we will engage in here, we'll show you how you can optimize catalytic niche areas without actually giving up your primary discipline that you're in, and the value that it brings in terms of your research focus areas and all the scholarly aspirations that you have. I will, of course, then look at very quickly some of the enablers that the university has in place, and how each of those enablers is there to assist you to actually optimize, to actually operationalize this idea around catalytic niche areas. And towards the end, I will speak to some of the challenges that we have come across as a university in trying to make this aspiration a reality. And of course, at the very end, we'll have a formal space for questions and answers around this. Remember, the warning, folks, was that if I speak to you for 20, 30 minutes and I finish and there are no questions coming back to me, it can only be a diagnosis of one of two things that should not exist in this room. So I start with that invitation. Now, some of you, those of you who are regular visitors of the internet, will find, if you go to YouTube, you will find the VC's inaugural speech that she had, the one that she had on the 2nd of September in 2021. I'm not sure, Madam VC, how old you were then as a UNISA VC, but if we are to believe that you were just days and weeks into the job, one of the priorities that she spoke about was the extent to which the public university can galvanize the university community and enhance its collaboration with the wider community. Folks, this is 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the call for us to bridge the gap between our theoretical existence and the society that we serve was declared and made very clearly a priority for the university. And in that, we were also spoken to about reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. In November of that same year, our council approved a document that specified the university's need to focus on the catalytic niche areas as a way for improving our impact as a university, drawing us closer to the challenges that face society, and actually getting our academe to have a very specific focus about how UNISA is intending to change and improve the society that surrounds us. And it is from that space where the catalytic niche areas were born. Now, why promote this specification of niche areas? Why have subject fields that you specify as areas that will be the primary focus of the university? In relation to the 10 specific areas that we have as our catalytic niche areas, many reasons drove their selection, but there are 5 that I think will resonate well with most of us who are interested in seeing scholarly improvement. Firstly, the areas, if you look through the 10 niche areas, you and you go to, there's a seminal site called grants.gov. It's actually called grants.gov. It has the biggest repository of grants all over the world. If you go in there and you type in our catalytic niche areas, you will be surprised at how much money globally institutions put towards supporting these. So the very first thing is that it changes our whole makeup in terms of third stream income. And believe it or not, one of the things that differentiates self-sustaining universities, high pedigree universities, is how much money the academics, the students in that space, bring into the university. We have a very problematic scenario where 98% of our students get bursary support from money that is provided by the university. That is not sustainable, folks. That is not the way that a high pedigree, forward-thinking university exists. We go out there and we get grant opportunities, and the way to do that is to have specific areas that are identified as having a disproportionately high amount of grant opportunities. Our 10 catalytic niche areas, for the most part, many of those are mega grant spaces, mega grant spaces. If you go to automotive studies and you look at the type of grants that are available, you could literally build a center of excellence based on a grant from that space. And why the university had not targeted this before was because we're researching everything and anything that moves. That specific directing of all of us, so our energies focus on spaces that have grant possibility, is the first reason why some of the 10 that you see are a number the niche areas that we've chosen. Secondly, we, as you know, we have a very clear and explicit social justice mandate that speaks around addressing unacceptable inequities. And the second reason why some of the 10 niche areas that you see are there is because they're there to address a legacy of underrepresentation of equity priority groups within them. So you take aviation, for example. How many underrepresented groups do you see in that space? So we have made a very explicit decision to make sure that we accelerate our participation in that space. We accelerate the graduation of professionals who will contribute to that space. Once again, you look through the 10, you will see very clear, low-hanging fruit, no-brainer disciplines that need to be in that list for the reason of addressing this legacy of underrepresentation. We also know that some of the niche areas are on that list to give structured attention to societal priority areas. If you take, for example, the issue of health, which is one of the specified niche areas, you only need to go back to COVID to understand how flat-footed we were compared to other countries that have similar sort of infrastructural progression as we have. And you then realize that, look, there are specific areas that need to be attended to, and they must be specified as societal priority areas. We know that as members of the UNISA community, we are all in various ways in our diverse spaces responsible for contributing to that theme of reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. So some of the niche areas that are included on our list are there to promote indigenous knowledge spaces that would otherwise not be promoted elsewhere. You are not going to get the likes of Oxford University, MIT, prioritizing our priority for us. We need to do it ourselves. And that is why some of the niche areas that we have are on the list that they exist, on the list of the 10 catalytic niche areas. Then, of course, the final reason that I will share with you, and remember, these are just 5 of many potential reasons, is to do with directing the university's research agenda. Every one of the universities that you look at and you admire, if you go and look at them, they are known for very specific discipline expertise. They are not everything to everyone at all times. It just does not work that way. And we needed to have niches that speak to who we want to be seen as, and the expertise spaces that we want to control in many ways as far as the knowledge economy is concerned. So that is why we promote the specification of niche areas. It is not areas that were chosen for any other reason apart from many reasons that include those 5. Now, I had mentioned to you that I would share the 10 niche areas for those who may not immediately remember them. If you now take those reasons that I gave to you and you look through each of these, you will find that many of them comply with at least one of the 5 reasons that I gave as to why we had to identify these things. They fit very easily into these spaces. Of course, the challenge that comes with this is wonderful. We've given rationalization for why they should be there. The issue then becomes, how do we ensure their operationalization within the university? And there are two ways that this can happen, 2 distinct ways. Many of the ways fall within these 2 ways. And these 2 ways are, firstly, either through developing specific formal curricula that speaks to and addresses the niche areas. So the development of bachelor's degrees and specific and named disciplines is one way of doing that. And you will see within the university that is explicitly clear within our undergraduate and teaching and learning space. So as we speak right now, we have developed and are working on the approval of formal training offerings in each of the catalytic niche areas. In our space, which is the research and innovation space, you will come across the catalytic niche areas in a fashion where we speak about optimization of them. And this issue of optimization really has to do with having a process, a set of actions and methodologies that allow us to fully perfect or functionalize or make something as effective as possible. And that is where part of the grayness for the postgraduate space exists. And that is the part I want to walk us through. And in the easiest summation, it is to do with maximizing our multi, inter, and transdisciplinary opportunities in research development. So making sure that, be it someone who is in development studies, English, health studies, we are able to maximally tap into the catalytic niche areas, either through multi, inter, or transdisciplinary enabling possibilities. And that is what I will speak us through. So, right, so I have spoken about the first operators that can be utilized, or enablers that can be utilized for moving from the theory of catalytic niche areas to the practice of actually optimizing them. And that we do through, as I've said, maximizing multi, inter, and transdisciplinary research theorizations or opportunities. And then, of course, one of the ways, the mechanisms for that is cross-disciplinary collaborations. Even though I've said this, I still get a lot of ahs, is this really possible? And what I have found useful is to just share some of the examples of how some examples or some of our catalytic niche areas have been integrated into other spaces. Marine studies, as you can tell, I think you've realized I have a particular interest in giving marine studies as my example, because it is usually the one that people pick out as being totally unrelatable. And I want to show that actually there are many ways in which you can integrate it into subject fields that would appear to be unrelated to it. We have, there's a text that talks and actually really focuses in many ways on the integration of marine studies with other disciplines, and it's called Oceans and Society, an Introduction to Marine Studies. In that, it talks about, there's sections on social justice in coastal spaces, that the very inclusion of social justice opens up many doors. Suddenly development studies can work, political sciences can work. You see all those opportunities which you would have not ordinarily thought about. And folks, let us face it, research has been around for many, many years. The first of the universities in the world took all the very straightforward, non-complex subject fields. So if we want to make unique contributions, we are going to have to deal with complex subject fields that are not homogeneous in their existence. They don't belong to one discipline. The only way you deal with real problems is to express yourself in the multi, inter, and transdisciplinary space. So there's truth-telling, understanding historical and ongoing impacts on traditional ecological knowledge. I think the College of Human Sciences are written all over this, when in actual fact many would believe that marine studies is a College of Agriculture and Environmental Studies subject field. None of these examples here require people to move from their primary discipline space to where the catalytic niche area is located. It just requires us to think about nuanced problems that have not been thought about before. And in doing that, we satisfy so many other requirements. I mean, one of the biggest criticisms around the doctoral outputs for this country is that we appear to have very repetitive topic fields, that the unique contribution is not always clear. You know, people are ducking and diving to demonstrate a unique contribution. And remember, folks, the unique contribution is the single thing that differentiates a doctorate from any other level of study. So the minute we struggle to do that, we know that we are going to struggle in terms of producing doctorates that are worth the salt. When they get examined by external examiners, you don't want people coming back and asking, is this a master's level study? Is this a doctorate? And those of you who are in this business, we get that question one too many times. This type of ability to integrate the alternatives offered to us by the niche areas fixes that. It addresses that, it offers a new potential for our graduates to actually create employment. They can create employment with topics and outputs that are very different from what the run-of-the-mill type of outputs that we have seen and often cringe because we've supervised. You know, that's another example is coastal community development, maritime history and culture, literature of the sea. Who would have thought that? These are all very apparently polarized subject fields that actually relate very easily to the most obtuse of our CNAs, of our catalytic niche areas. I can go on and on. I've got examples everywhere. And this requires us to apply our minds a bit. So aviation and aeronautical studies, we have existing work that looks at fostering non-aviation undergraduates, aviation literacy in an online aviation laboratory, effects of students' perceptions, motivation, industry optimism. That is aviation in computing, aviation in higher education, education in student support, all in one. Not difficult to put together, but we have to have a methodology for getting there. And we can only do this if we truly appreciate that there's something much more intellectually complex going on than just being given a list of 10 things to focus on. And that part, I think we've undersold ourselves. We are much more intellectually vibrant if we just wake up. You know, I find that if I apply my mind for about 2 hours a day, the rest of the 22 hours I can be totally mindless. And my work is done in terms of making an exceptional contribution. This would not take you 2 hours to think through if the idea and the prioritization of it was something you thought was as important as having water, in as far as your scholarly aspirations are concerned. The next one is decolonizing the sky, global air travel at the end of empire in humanity, and is from the International Journal of Human Rights, Humanitarianism and Development. So it's very clear that we have aviation studies here, we've got decolonization, we've got development, and all these things embedded in one. These are some of the examples of how possible it is to work with these niche areas that many have discounted as being only relevant to people who specifically study those disciplines. Automotive studies, we've got National Academies of Sciences, and in there they've the issues advancing public health in critical issues in transportation. It talks about how transportation serves as a disease vector, and those of you in health will know. I mean, the very first reported cases of COVID were from people who are on transatlantic aeroplanes. So you immediately get a sense about the priority. Many of us travel, we come back coughing all the time. We come back with gastrointestinal problems, which we've imported. And that is all connected to transportation of one sort or another. And it's true of all forms of transportation, automotive vehicular transport on the ground, air travel, and any other form of travel. We know that the connections are there. Folks, these are some of the examples. I could go on and on and on and on about this, but I wanted just to illustrate to you the possibility of joining our catalytic niche areas with the disciplines that we have made the subject of our scholarly lives. So if you are a psychologist and you're thinking, I bought into psychology only to do psychology, you can still do it, but you can have a higher and more sophisticated involvement with psychology rather than the run-of-the-mill opportunities we currently avail. Folks, this I share with you as deliverers of the education. We also have to educate and sensitize our students in the same way. And to do that, as I've said, we have at the university, we have a framework that we have worked on. At undergraduate level, the instruction is very clear. It is around developing formal qualifications that students can study and specialize in. At postgraduate level, there are some enablers that we have identified. They are by no means exhaustive, but that's how the journey currently looks like for you. Of course, we are committed to multi, inter, and transdisciplinary capacitation through the various courses. I think many of you are aware of the extensive number of catalytic niche area workshops and things that are going on, which are really intended to open up our minds to our MIT existence. That being monodisciplinary does not work. It does not. I mean, people used to think that the way you become multidisciplinary is to change professions. So you start off as a taxi driver, then later you do something else. But you can actually really do all these things without ever having to declare a formal change in your discipline. You just need to apply your discipline much more flexibly than you have done. I was looking at some of the presidents of the World Bank. Folks, many of the presidents of the World Bank, the African Development Bank, are not mathematicians or economists. They are actually people from fields that are totally unrelated. The last deputy president of the African Development Bank is a historian, history. And then you try and figure this out, our most successful organizations are from people who actually showed the capacity to integrate multi-inter transdisciplinary movement in the way they think and intellectualize their work. So ultimately, when you look for people, you end up looking for people who've got flexibility to transition between disciplinary spaces rather than being excellent at one thing that and that is where we need to be taking our conceptualization of what this university offers to both our academics and our students when they are transformed by being part of the university. Secondly, we have a scaffolded optimization approach, and this we came up with because of the initial skepticism that colleges had about how possible it was to work these catalytic niche areas into their specific space. And we found over time that if colleges have scholarly conversations amongst themselves, and someone that they believe understands their discipline says, hey, it's possible to actually look at this topic this way, they find more credibility in that than from someone who is not in their discipline like myself saying it's possible. So the college level scholarly conversations have opened up potentials. You know, when colleges come back and say, hey, we were not initially interested in this niche area, but now suddenly we are. And they are because amongst themselves, they reached a point of understanding where they saw the possibility of integrating optimization. Then we also have a distinguished professor program, which many of you will be aware of. You've all come across distinguished professors within the institution. They are a very deliberate accelerant to our ability to to optimize the niche areas, in that they bring their we primarily identify professors within the niche area spaces so they can assist us to think about integrating their disciplinary spaces into our own. They also have very specific requirements to have a certain number of PDFs under them, so we can develop a very strong critical mass that supports this multi, inter, and transdisciplinary existence in and around our catalytic niche areas. We are in the very advanced phase of appointing catalytic niche area research chairs, and that, once again, folks, relates to having a much more coordinated, specified, intentional interest in what's going on in relation to the niche areas. Our research chairs generally do exceptionally well with higher order outputs. You know, outputs like publication in specific spaces, ensure grant attainment in specific places, supporting masters and doctoral students in relation to those spaces. So similarly, the CNA research chairs that we are currently appointing are there to do that. And of course, I have mentioned the institutional CNA training that we run. Now, of course, all this sounds quite plausible and problem-free, but it is not. We have experienced quite a number of ongoing challenges around the acceptance of this potential. And these challenges are not unique to us as a university. They are not unique to the acceptance of this alone. They are things that you work through institutionally. The first is, of course, the issue of a lack or limited conceptual orientation. And that manifests itself in all sorts of ways. So people will say, look, we can't engage in this because I don't know what this specific niche area is defined as or how you would describe it. Or some people will say, I struggle with the idea of actually integrating another discipline into the set of research priorities I have. Or sometimes the conceptual orientation has to do with more of an intellectual rejection of this new way of being. And that is one of the challenges that we've got institutionally. Secondly, everything that is complicated, any form of postgraduate journey needs a substantial planning. Many of us tend to choose things that have been done many times, and the plan is known to everybody, it's known to the student, it's known to yourself. You even know very specific journal outputs that have a very specific small scope of focus, and you know if you submit there, you close your eyes, 6 months passes, you'll have a publication. The idea of actually thinking out of the box, seeking new spaces of new intellectual vacuums to deal with, needs you to be very intentional, to plan things, to be coherent in how you do that. We have problems with that people are used to low-hanging fruit, and that's all they grab, you know? So even some of the examples of plagiarism that we have are all located in people just seeing low-hanging fruit. I will go on to this artificial intelligence engine and it'll put out a paper for me. And many times you read that paper and it actually has low intellectual value than the person would have been able to produce if they just took the time to do it themselves. So that whole effort and energy of planning, being coherent in how we're doing it, and learning things afresh requires a lot of energy that some of us are at career points where we think, why change? And that is one of the operationalization challenges we face. Of course, we have varied competence in cross-disciplinary working. The ability to actually integrate different disciplines and to be able to call in the expertise to make sure that you attend to your deficiencies is something that is not universally accessible to all of us. So you find that there are people who are very singular workers, and they tend to struggle quite a bit with anything that involves including another. And the operationalization of catalytic niche areas is about the inclusion of others. So it's quite challenging in that way. We also have institutionally, and this I own, and probably Prof. Mayua will have to own, is our recording of optimization efforts across the university. So there is, you meet people and you discuss their engagement with the niche areas, and you're shocked. I always leave thinking, how come I didn't know that until we spoke? And I only, I only speak to a handful of people. It worries me what would happen if I spoke to all our 1,800 plus masters and doctorally prepared academics, that I would probably come back with 1,800 examples of optimization that we have not recorded. And in this space that we're in, unless you record it, it's as good as not having happened. And that we need to change. Of course, we also have this generic paradigm shift that we need to have, that we cannot be protective about our discipline spaces. We cannot be tunnel visioned in thinking about the problems that we're trying to address in research, because there is no problem, and I say this, that is so singular that only one subject field can resolve it. There is no such, the world does not possess those problems anymore. So unless we have that paradigm shift where we accept that unless there is some transdisciplinary lens, then you've not looked at the problem in its completeness. And we have these 10 very specifically identified spaces that allow us to do this, knowing full well that we're choosing areas that will improve society, improve our grant output possibilities, improve our pedigree as a university, and face it, change the importance that we have to society. Because right now, many of us are quite pedestrian, in the way that we exist in terms of the research focus that we have. I am at times quite embarrassed when I sit with lay members of my family and I share with them some of the research I do. After I've spoken and I finish, I think to myself, that was not spectacular at all. And we cannot, universities don't exist to be that. We exist to change the barriers of society, we solve problems, we anticipate and look ahead to deal with things that are coming our way. So with that, I want to open the floor up for questions, comments, or anything really that you think that I've missed, because this was meant to provoke you. Thank you. Don't all speak at once. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Prof. Nkuchini, thank you for really awesome presentation. I'm Weki Siliseka. You probably see me for the first time. I'm seeing you for the first time too. Thank you. I very much was drawn to the emphasis in your presentation of MIT. And I want to probably to make a fool of myself and suggest that in the the drive that you are doing. Perhaps we need to focus on how we, as it were, give the MIT narrative, the MIT conceptualization more holding. And I'm saying this because isn't it ironic that while we are, as scholars, we encourage and try to get people to embrace MIT, but just around the corner, when you go down to the botanical garden, we have an entity there that grades us, that gives us the ratings, and it focuses on specialization. So we need to find ways in which we can develop a program where we assist our young and emerging scholars, particularly those that go into rating, how to, as it were, frame their profile such that the MIT can begin to set in. I remember when I applied for my rating, Professor Pakin said to me, Muketsi, you need to tell your story. Stop thinking Ubuntu, stop thinking ODL, find ways to create synergy. So that's just an observation, it's not a question, it's just to say, maybe we need to explore ways in which we can find optimization in the articulation of MIT in the way our scholars can then bring. The NRF is going to really ramp on them because it wants them to focus on specialties. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Letseka. I'm not sure whether I should respond to you immediately or throw it out, but you know, I totally agree with the observation, but I want to draw attention to something. I think there's a part of us that thinks you can't specialize and also be multidisciplinary in your competence. And actually, it's not true. Even with the NRF, when they speak about specialization, they do appreciate groundbreaking work, which comes from a specialist who is able to integrate other fields. So I think somewhere, somehow, firstly, I agree that we need to have a much better articulation of the benefits of the MIT operating in an MIT competent space. But when you do MIT work, there's always a part of you that will be where you excel. And one of the professors that I spoke with, there's a professor I spoke with who I thought articulated this well. He said, look, if you go to a football field, soccer players will be right-legged player, and he would play exceptionally well with the right leg, but they still coach him to be able to kick with the left. And the more he gets good with the left does not in essence take away from his ability to kick the ball with the right. And I thought it was a very simple illustration of something that we get quite tongue twisted around in our space. But I agree with you entirely about the articulation, and we'll take it. You are actually one of our distinguished professors, so we will make it our job, yours and mine, to make sure we articulate that. So thank you for telling me what needs to be done. I thank you for doing it with me. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. As a student counselor, there's a student who came and he was more interested in studying marine studies. So I had to provide guidance for that student. Fortunately, I was one of the students who attended your presentation one of the days. But the problem, I don't know whether to say it's a problem or not. This student, she went to vets, and she said to me she's still waiting for the feedback, and she doesn't know because she's a foreigner and she won't be maybe funded. Then when she came, I said, okay, let us go to admin and registration and inquire if you are able to do it, because you qualify. She passed very well. but the only problem is she's a foreigner. Can she qualify to be funded? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, you know, I would probably need to know a lot more about this before we can even really reliably give a response. Hey, but the first thing is, as I've said, so there's differentiation. It depends. Firstly, if the student is applying to do undergraduate studies, in which case.
I forgot to indicate she wanted to do PhD in that.
So given that we've accepted that we do not have formal qualifications in some of the catalytic niche areas, she would, her previous study will determine which department she naturally should be going to, hey? But the topic that she focuses on and chooses is what gives her the ability to then extend her reach into the different catalytic niche areas. So some of those topic examples I was giving are what our academics would support her to be able to crystallize. The issue around whether we pay fees for her or not, I think it's a totally separate conversation from the intellectual possibilities of that focus area. And I would probably suggest that you find me offline and we just figure it out. Yeah. But in terms of subject possibility, what the session was saying to everyone is that, look, you can remain in the discipline that will accept you, the discipline that you belong to, but you now have an explicit license to be able to integrate, to meaningfully integrate these other niche areas that speak to your interests. Thank you. But on the issue of, you know, can fees be paid and so forth, I think you should just find me offline and we'll figure that out. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm so short-sighted. I'm just seeing hands. I saw a hand at the back. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. Truly informative. My question that I want to ask is, I can buy into this integrated development of knowledge, but in the way that universities develop curriculum currently, and particularly more so in South Africa, is still very much rigid in specific disciplines. When are we moving towards a more open curriculum where I can do a psychology degree with some science modules, with some psychology modules, and that would feed this design and approach and thinking around the catalytic niche areas? I think that is my concern, that in the one hand, we are to buy into this idea, but on the other hand, our curriculum does not allow that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very well thought through question. Eh? It's very well thought, so well thought through that I think maybe someone with a higher rank than me should. I could answer it, but look, we do have the VC. Yes, Madam VC, there's a question that's been posed to me to pose to you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm not going to, I think this is a discussion that this hall and those who are participating virtually will speak to. I wanted to speak to the question that Professor Letseka has raised. I think there's a need for us as UNISA to overcome the contours of delimitation that National Research Foundation places on what it means to being a good scholar. On the one hand, we should invest in our academicians getting their ratings and rankings if they so desire.
But the biggest proposition that I'd like to make is to look beyond the National Research Foundation criteria, because ultimately, if we want to make a global impact, it will not be limited to those to the criteria that the NRF makes, but it will be because our scholarship is recognized everywhere in the world and makes an indelible impact. So I think we should hold both in tension, propel the NRF rating whilst at the same time providing the opportunity for global impact. The second aspect that I thought is quite important, in our system, we are incentivized to publish in accredited journals, high impact. But in the global arena, it is the books that are published by universities or great publishing houses. So we still also need to make that an important point for academics, so that we are not limited to this criteria of DHET and NRF, whilst limiting ourselves from the global impact. The third aspect that I thought was quite important when we were speaking about the catalytic niche areas is the fact that we have ring-fenced funding for those researchers that want to delve deep into the catalytic niche areas, understanding that there are few universities in the country that have accreditation for some of those areas. For instance, you only have Rhodes, Wits, Stellenbosch, and others on the oceanography or marine sciences. So it's about time that our colleges also apply for those qualifications and ensure that we are competitive. The other aspect that I think Professor Mgushinu will have to look into is that our recalculation must not just be about putting maths or putting a little bit of this or that in psychology, but it's really to say, how do we create common undergraduate degrees that allow for multidisciplinary approaches without making our students dilettante and dabblers into areas where they are unable to become specialists. So I think these are critical areas of engagement. It is the colleges that must be the sites of optimization. And it is also, it is the colleges that must be the sites of optimization, looking at the competitive edge of the university. Finally, when we made the proposal for the catalytic niche areas, it must be understood that it was also to ensure that the sustainability of UNISA is manifest, because the model that UNISA has been using over the years has become a model that many universities are using. And therefore, we cannot just be stagnant and live in the past when the competitive edge of other university is about to decimate us. And I think this propulsion is also aiding us as a university to looking not only at areas for global impact, but also to ensuring that our university continues to exist and continues to being competitive. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam VC. I think you've definitely responded to the two inquiries. I might just add, in relation to the question about us having essentially an open degree. Hey? So some countries have an open degree. We have explored that with our Office for Accreditation, and the challenge we received was much higher than us. So it was more to do with convincing our Department of Higher Education that you can indeed have this freedom without losing the pedigree of a degree. So I think institutionally we're kind of ready to move, but we were a little bit fearful of the fact that if we offer this, our graduates will come out there with this degree that is a fit for all, but having an industry that does not understand that naming convention. So that's where we've kind of gotten stuck, hey? But my knowledge of this is 3 or 4 years old, because I was in that space in the university at this point. But I know it's something we've really, really attempted. Of course, at postgraduate level, the limits are not there really. If you, whatever discipline you're in, if you can identify a research problem that requires the energies from different disciplines, you should, for all intents and purposes, be supported to do that. So that doesn't change so much. But the undergraduate space, we do have challenges around that. Thank you. Colleagues, I see 2 questions, 2 hands up here, and then a third there. Program director, should I be doing this? I had initially thought I'd facilitate the questions, hoping there was 1 or 2, but it's... Yes. No, not quite yet, but it's an avalanche, folks. Yes. Oh, it's a multidisciplinary, yes. So, colleagues, I'm not sure who of the 2 of you put their hands up, but please feel free to start. Should we start with you, Prof. Sekalo?
Thank you very much, Prof. Mkuchini. I think it touches or continues on what you've just said and the question that came from the colleague at the back as well. And I think even as you speak about the qualifications being open more broadly, I think we can even bring it back home to the actual disciplines themselves. And I think the question around curriculum, and I hear you say it's more open at postgraduate level, and I would actually like to argue that not necessarily. Recently had a student that had studied with me undergrad in psychology, but then left to go do a master's in public health in one of our sister institutions, and wanted to come back to UNISA to do her PhD in public health, and was told that the topic is not public health, and therefore was rejected. So we're losing a potential, postgraduate PhD student. You come with a master's in public health, and you're told your topic is not public health enough to be registered with us at UNISA to do a PhD in that field. I know I'm mentioning the department indirectly in some ways, but I think this goes just broadly beyond the department, more broadly to the institution, because I can speak to this one because it's something that I am aware of because I was part of that process. But I'm also wondering how much of this is happening in many of our departments. So I think even as we speak about the multidisciplinary engagements, that if we are truly to achieve our catalytic niche areas, there has to be a concerted effort and a rethinking in the ways in which we understand and engage with our disciplines. So it has to be an ongoing conversation, I think, both at undergraduate and at postgraduate level, lest we lose more and more students because we are rigid in our thinking in terms of saying, what is history? How do we define the history discipline? And therefore, your topic is not history enough. And I just feel that it is important. And then quickly, Prof, I just wanted to appreciate the explanation around how we can define the niche areas. I was looking at the article now on decolonizing the airspace. It's something I think very also close to my heart in terms of how we as scholars, as researchers, move in the world as well. That sometimes even the visa can determine whether you're going to go to the UK or not. So even as we speak about knowledge moving freely, and high impact access in terms of the outputs. What happens if my colleague in the UK can easily come to South Africa, but I cannot go to the UK? What does that mean in terms of knowledge sharing and collaborations and partnerships? So the decolonizing airspace, you get to the airport, and without that visa, you are not going to travel. What does that mean in terms of the colonies? And I would encourage colleagues to read that paper that you shared with us. It's a very interesting read. So thank you very much. That was just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Sekalo, for that. I note one of the comments you made is around this paradigm shift, acceptance restrictions that we have, I've gone back to it. It's one of the problems that we really have institutionally around, gatekeeping, for lack of a better word. I mean, and we gatekeep in all sorts of ways. I'm currently kind of deciphering. I've been asked to make a judgment between a student who's appealing against being rejected from one college versus another, and the topic is, and I think to myself, like with health, to be honest, when public health is my primary discipline, I was trained to think that there's nothing on earth that is not public health. Actually, everything. We can talk about this glass of water, sofas, everything is public health. So when you're told that a topic is not public health, it could actually be that we have not allowed ourselves the flexibility to support you so it aligns in a much more public health centric way. But that's of course, there might be other factors that were going on, but it really highlights the challenge that we've got, that yes, we can speak transitioning, but there are some of our innate tendencies right now that go against that, and we need to frustrate ourselves into an uncomfortable space of saying, look, let's rethink this. And we have started some of these things. I know many of you are aware of the current, the new protocol that disallows colleges from refusing M&D students who qualify. That allows us to challenge some of these things. So we are peeling that onion, but one layer at a time. And this engagement is that layer. I think many of the people who are here are actually decision makers in those spaces, hey? So if any of us can go back and think, hey, maybe I should have thought about that rejection differently, we can start to just change, to change some of the ecosystem tendencies that exist. But thank you for that, yeah. Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning, Prof. My question, I think it's a comment, is simple. I'm coming from the emerging scholar kind of background, and some of us have been part of the fallist movement, and I'm wondering if the university maybe is passionate about mentoring some of us who want to work on decolonization and transformation, because I'm the portfolio leader in my department, but it seems there's no real agenda how this features in curriculum transformation, what must be done. So there's a bit of loss from us that sometimes we say we are doing these things, transformation, decolonization, but there's nothing that we work with. Most of the portfolio leaders don't even know what they're supposed to do. Some of us had to take steps because we are passionate about it. And then you get invitation from, like I'm collaborating with a professor at Rose University on the role of Black theology in this curriculum transformation, and how Black theology has always been a decolonizing study. And I did also something with UJ and VETS, but here at UNISA we don't have like a real tangible thing that we can say that this is what we are doing into this call of transformation and decoloniality. And I'm saying this as a portfolio leader in my department. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, I kind of have a sense of what we need to do, but firstly I must confirm that your experience has been described to some of us by others. So we can't pretend that it's so subjective that it's to do with you. It is a real phenomena we need to deal with. Look, the challenge around transformation is a little bit tricky in that if the initial question you asked is the university committed to this, the simple answer is yes. But we are committed through human beings that are pointed to see these priorities through, and through one omission or another, you never fully get insights into how well they walk through the aspirations of the university. So if you ask, we have many more curriculum transformation units in this university by comparison to any of the universities you've mentioned. We have many more people who would win much more by transforming the curriculum than any of the other universities. But yet we have this disconnect between your experience that you describe and what we have tasked or created entities to do. So there's something to do with entities, human beings, leadership not always living out what the highest offices of the universities have functionalized us to do. I mean, if you have offices that do this, you have committees that focus on transformation. What more can the top leadership do beyond that? Do we then micromanage the process and have, for lack of a better word, the VP, the VC, and myself walking to each space and making sure people are really doing what they should do? So the tricky bit is, the challenge for us is to get a space where we now get individuals such as yourself, who may be speaking from bottom up or middle up, to assist us to drive that. So if we are to take an action out of this, I know I'm inviting people to find me of these spaces, but we can utilize my office, other offices to find places that are rightfully meant to be doing this, to do what they're there to do. Because it's not like we have never created curriculum transformation spaces in this university. We have them. So it's now an issue about whether people are performing to what we have made provision for. It's like if you have security guards and they're just unsecuring the building, do you say you have no security, or do you fix the security guards? And that is the issue we need to grapple with. I don't know, yeah, but please find me. We do need to deal this. I'm surprised that I've historically dealt with roads, and when I would go there, I would keep thinking this place needs transformation. And yet you are saying that's where you are going to get guidance on transformation. I think at that level we need to address this. Thank you. Yeah. And we have a lot of transformative leaders, in this space. There are many people who, in their individual right, are renowned transformers, and they are in the university. So something has either happened, maybe the pain of transforming is too cumbersome that they would rather hide than, because to transform things you will face a lot of razors along the way, and we need to reinvigorate that. Thank you. Any other? I should be, when will you stop me? Okay, I'm told we'll take 2 more questions from the top.
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
Prof. Masenya?
It's actually linking with what has just been shared about sort of challenges at the lower levels of the academy regarding these issues. And I want to specifically direct it to the niches that you have mentioned 800 in terms of the staff members who could be doing something innovative about this. But what if this, and you have also mentioned that the people who are in this room are mostly at the leadership level. So, and I think there is a trend that these are not necessarily the niches, in particular, filter into the lower levels. So what can be done? Because those people at the quote-unquote lower levels are actually the ones who are doing a groundbreaking work in terms of research, whether MIT, silos, and whatever. They are the ones who are actually the foot soldiers. I'm not sure whether you're going to refer me to yourself out of this setting.
No.
I want an answer now.
Prof, we have a multi-pronged approach to this. So, firstly, we can't understate the power that students have if they know what their entitlement is. So what we have started to do, and we do it very intentionally, but it's only some months old, and you will notice it with this new cohort of students, that each one of them has a pre-admission briefing about the potential of including the catalytic niche areas into their topic field. So into the title, literally, of their study. They also, as you know, as of this year, every single one of our master's and doctoral students must attend the master's and doctoral capacitation program. And maybe the third, fourth session around topic development forces the students to subscribe to at least optimizing one of the 10 niche areas. So once that has happened, then we have a different type of impetus driving the need for scholars to take this seriously. Because if students are saying, this is what I'm studying, it's supported by this program, I want you to assist me with the integration, with the optimization, we now have a different language, because the student is doing this because they know it opens up employment possibilities with the uniqueness of their work, grant attainment possibilities, and actually having much more meaningful research. So that's one of the ways in which we're doing it. We've also identified those 1,875 masters and doctorally prepared supervisors that we have. For the most part, many of them attend the supervisory training courses that we run. We have one that is starting at the beginning of, it's actually, I think it's officially starting in 3 or 4 days' time. And in that, one of the very most central things is to indoctrinate people to how we have to use that word. Yes. I mean, we have to get our academics to live and breathe CNAs, to understand the benefits of them. We are also, there are some operators that are outside of our control. For me, it would be wonderful if there was a way that we integrate this into the points that people can claim as far as IPMS is concerned. But that is, of course, a slightly bigger conversation than just this me. But those are the two operators that, as research and the R&I portfolio we're doing through the College of Graduate Studies. I hope that gives some reassurance.
Thank you.
It doesn't?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I think, Professor Nguchino, we should be honest that there was a sense of backlash on the catalytic, on the implementation of the catalytic niche areas. We should also be honest that the backlash was often substantiated by the idea that these catalytic niche areas tend to be located within the natural sciences disciplines, even though that's not true. So there have been multiple forms of resistance to the application of catalytic niche areas. However, because these have gone through all the statutory processes, whether Senet or Council, we have requested that they are included in the performance of the university because they also catalyze areas that South Africa and the continent are not competitive in, and which we require those critical skills. So we need the scientists in this room to then say, how do we create knowledge areas and as well qualification frameworks that allow for these catalytic niche areas to find expression in undergraduate and postgraduate levels. And I think that's a question about transforming curriculum to also responding to the contextual exigencies of our society. And that's an area that I request for us to think critically. I have also said we have ring-fenced 300 million to ensure that critical scholarship in this area starts. But when the postdoctoral fellows or doctoral candidates apply, we don't give them the requisite support. And perhaps that's an area that we must say, how do we do this in order to strengthen our research and our impact? Finally, we have some of the distinguished scholars in this room who are appointed to optimize and catalyze the niche areas. I looked to the back and I saw the automotive industry professor. I also look at others who are propelling this. Do they have students? Do they have the financial support? Do they have administrative support that enables them to mentoring academics that want to follow on this? Perhaps these are also the strategic structural issues that we will need to invest in if we are to be competitive. Hiding the truth, telling the truth so that we can grapple with the contradictions in order to propel the research areas that we need to strengthen. And I think the discussions around the catalytic niche areas are really about transformation. Transformation not just as a phenotype of people who are doing the work, but transformation as that commitment to ensuring that knowledge propels and catapults the solutions that our society requires. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues.
Thank you.
I think I'm the last person that was agreed to. I wanted to respond on the issue of the public health. I want to indicate that public health is a broad specialty with a lot of specialties underneath. So you might be a public health specialist as an epidemiologist, as a biostatistics, as an environmental health specialist, health promotion, monitoring and evaluation, data management, chronic disease and infectious diseases, health policy and management, to mention few. But then I want to make colleagues aware that as a university, do we have the capacity to provide all these specialists? Because it might be the response that they gave that UNISA cannot, it was based on that specialization area that maybe the student was looking for. So we need to go back and check in our public health if we can offer all those specializations. I'm saying this because I once worked with the CDC South Africa, and it's the public health division with so many branches inside, like I've indicated. So each branch will be specializing on its own issues. But then, so it might be issues like that. I'm not saying I'm defending that, but it's a question that I'm raising to colleagues, that do we have all these specialties? I know UKZN do have most of these specialties in their department of, and public health is a department or a college on its own, so you can see how big it is, so that it can cover all these specialties. So with us, public health is just a part of Department of Health Studies. I don't think it has the capacity to can offer all this specialization if maybe it's not a college on its own. Thank you.
If we don't have specialists, we look for them. I think we need to stop gatekeeping my colleague from public health. I think where we don't have specialists, the reason why we have research associates, postdoctoral fellows, are to complement us on those areas that we may not be strong as a university, but create opportunities for our students to expand. So, Professor Mguchini, perhaps these discussions around the niche areas and the multidisciplinary approaches are quite important, but how to complement and supplement where there's no specialist might be an important area for our engagement. Otherwise, we are constantly returning potential students or not admitting them when we could actually be looking towards inviting academicians that can collaborate or co-construct such knowledge areas. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues.
I know I did not have my hand up, but I couldn't, I couldn't leave without responding to this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think my aspiration with this was that, one, we provoke people to feel seriously interfered with, to want to say, look, I want to talk about this. I want to only accept this when I've satisfied myself that all the necessary things are in place. That appears to be what is happening. We have these catalytic niche area conversations ongoing that we invite all of you to. I will insist that we find the names of everyone who's here in particular and we re-invite you so we can discuss that. The issue about managing supervision out of expertise is actually something we engage with a lot. Those who are in the scholarship of supervision will know about content supervision versus process supervision. So I have supervised PhD students who are in mathematics. I count, but I'm not a mathematician. They succeeded, they did well, and it is because I supervised the process, not the content. We called in a content expert to assist us with that. And those are the different flexibilities we should have the ability to deal with. So it's just to say that, you know, we are not at a dead end by virtue of not possessing all the specializations our students have. We just need to think about it differently. I will hand back to the program director so I can be excused before more untruths are revealed. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Thank you so much, Professor Mguchini. I think we've had a phenomenal start to this 2024 Research and Innovation Week. We have had a lot of meat to chew on this morning. The catalytic niche areas established and approved by Council 4 years ago. This is, I think, a strategic, targeted research agenda so that we can have collective impact as opposed to isolated impact. And what I love about the catalytic niche areas is that management does not over-prescribe to us. We do not have to abandon our cognitive abilities so that management has to prescribe every last detail. Each one of us can contribute our thinking, our intellect, to how we will transform our curriculum, how we will combine our strengths, our efforts, our insights, our knowledge, our experience, our disciplinary methods and models, and how we can solve these big problems. I was thinking about marine science. Remember the old adage, don't give a man a fish, teach a man how to fish. But then, aside from the sexist language, the not giving the man the fish is this long lines where people would receive charity does not ensure food security and sustainability. The teaching the man how to fish is merely a skills training. But what we do in higher education goes much further. We are also teaching the higher order thinking skills to establish why there is social injustice in marine sciences. Why are our oceans so heavily contested? Who has the dominance over the seas? Who has been plundering the fisheries? When we look at the Horn of Africa and we see that there's been a lot of pirate activities around the Horn of Africa, we look at those pirates and we wonder, how dare they go and actually attack those large tankers and those large ships? But when you look at the history of the pirates at the Horn of Africa, most of those communities were fishing communities. And the marine resources were utterly decimated by countries in Asia and Europe, leaving those communities without any food security. What would have been an ancient, hand-down tradition of fishing was utterly decimated by these geopolitical powers who control and dominate the marine resources. And so our work in higher education, in research, is of this critical nature, where we don't just give the fish, neither do we just train how to fish. We ask the critical questions about why are the resources in the world so inaccessible to many of the communities who have shared them and gained food security from them. Why is it that the big nations of the world can utterly decimate our marine resources? And so our work in higher education is so much more than charity. It is the long-term journey towards development. And with that, I want to encourage you to deepen your understanding of the catalytic niche areas, to apply your minds to how it could be realized, how we could collectively support these niche areas, because these niche areas are directly linked to major areas of development that will push our nation and our continent forward and will also enable us to be equal players in development on the world stage. This is a compelling vision, and a vision we must all apply our minds to. With that, we have a half-an-hour break where you can continue to deliberate about the catalytic niche areas, form networks and connections. I think everything in the universe points to connections. And the fact that we have inherited a higher education system that has utterly disconnected us from each other and disconnected connections in our own brains is very, very disturbing. We need to re-establish those connections. We need to tear down those silos, and we need to look at the big problems in the world through connected lens. Thank you so much for joining us early this Monday morning. Enjoy your tea break.
Theme, and it's a great pleasure for me to introduce them to you as they will be taking up the stage, and I am the driver of this program this morning. So without wasting time, let me introduce our first speaker, Professor Mguchini, who is the Executive Dean of the College of Graduate Studies, who will talk to us from a postgraduate student to engaged scholar in the pursuit of societal impact, a UNISA perspective. Thank you, Prof, and over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Jikwada. Yeah, thank you very much for that kind introduction. Folks, I'm already getting tired of my own voice, eh? I think somehow the program should have maybe spaced me out a bit so I have a chance to do a costume change. Yeah, but in any, yes, so colleagues, those of you who are here, I think it's important I just, out of turn, tell you a little bit about what the College of Graduate Studies is meant to do. The reason I do that is because we are quite misunderstood, hey? We are really misunderstood in many ways. But in simple terms, we are the college that ensures that our masters, our postgraduate students, and at UNISA, when we say postgraduate, we mean the honors students too. There's a whole other conversation about that, but we are responsible for ensuring that our honors students, the master students and the doctoral students are capacitated so they have every single competence that they need to have to become exceptional graduates. So it is incumbent on us to make sure that not only are they great at research methodologies, when they finish they are employable, the things they produce make a difference to society, all those things. We are responsible for that. We are also responsible for capacitating every entity that trains those students. So supervisors, examiners who are involved in assessing the work of the students, they are our business, any adjunct type of faculty that support, they are part of that. So in simple terms, that's what we do. Then we have other functionalities to do with having research chairs that we house. We also have expectations to be the people who spearhead our internationalization drive at UNISA, the scholarly part of it. And of course, you've heard about the catalytic niche areas which sit with us, and also the pushing for distinguished professors and research chairs. So that's basically what we do. But at the center of all this, our priority is to make sure that we develop postgraduate students who do not only walk away with thick dissertations or even thicker theses that they use to hold doors at home or as weights for anything that they've got. We are here to make sure that they are transformed by the relationship with us. They don't come here for a set of transactions. They come here to be transformed from a kind of almost ripe scholar to the ultimate graduate that you can produce. One of those measures has to do with their ability to exist as engaged students, engaged scholars. And in simple terms, what we're saying when we talk about engagement is we're talking about a student who is able to not only develop theoretical scholarly outputs, but someone who can develop something that has the ability to be utilized by society and applied. So that transition between, many of us will talk about community engagement. They will talk about research. They will talk about teaching and learning. They will talk about integration of those. And we are talking about developing a student who has the ability to not only come up with a clever scholarly research problem, but who can develop it in a way that creates an application opportunity. And the reason we had this session today was just once again to prioritize the importance of going beyond a nice, neat scholarly topic to having something that has application potential, something that can be utilized by society or a specific element of society in a very intentional way. In and amongst those things, one of the other attributes that we've had to integrate into what our output student looks like is the acknowledgement of the fact that many of our students come out to an environment where there is no obvious automatic employment opportunity. You don't step out of your master's or your PhD with a job that has all the parameters for you to get it. More times than not, you are, as the student, will be the person who must create a niche out of your study in such a way that when you come out, you are either able to apply for grant opportunities, you can offer a different employee proposition to those who are looking to employ you, and if you are very lucky and ahead of the game, can have entrepreneurial potential. So you yourself utilize that expertise or that study field to do something that can generate a job. And you cannot do that if your existence as a student for the 3 years or 5 years you've been with us has entirely started and finished in the corridors of UNISA or in the mental corridors of UNISA. It can't be that your work is attractive to the academics at UNISA, it's attractive to the scholars around you, to fellow students, without it actually having a very clear application potential in the field where you want to deal with this. And what I thought would be a good space to begin is that currently our challenge, or the biggest single challenge that we have is to do with articulating or identifying a substantive enough problem, or what in research people will talk about as problematization. Being able to identify a significant enough societal concern that warrants, one, to be studied, two, that would utilize the outcomes of your study to generate a solution that the world are waiting for. You know, literally something that has those types of that's operating at that type of frequency. And the postgraduate journey that we detail and we share with our students is designed now to not only just have a cute, nice, intellectual sounding topic, but something that actually has very clear application potential, so much so that we're even promoting students and directing them to do work that we will help them to get grant opportunities for, so we can go that extra mile of applying it and verifying it within the target part of society that their problem is meant to address. So that is essentially, that's a slightly different emphasis from what has been the emphasis with our postgraduate work before. We have tended to like neat questions that subscribe very clearly to the things that you would want to do in research. They give you nice, neat objectives that follow Bloom's taxonomy, whatever it is that you are following. But we are changing our focus somewhat in alignment with the catalytic niche area focus. And all of that is part of a bigger drive to ensure that we really develop postgraduate students who have research outcomes that will matter and make a difference in the way that society operates. Anything less than that just becomes a fruitless academic exercise, and our intention as the College of Graduate Studies is to program all our students to aspire for this engaged piece of scholarship, because anything less than that, it has such a high risk of ending up being just another one of those very nice, pleasant to read, very forgettable pieces of work. We've created, this year we've turned the corner a little bit. I think out of the evils we're dealing with, it is the better of the evils. We've insisted that every one of our master's and doctoral students join the capacitation program, so we can actually, I don't want to use the word program twice, but so we can program them to actually think in these ways around societal impact. Because really, unless we have students that do that, unless we have research focus that does that, we're creating situations where people are walking around with terminal outputs and certifications from this university that they can't use anywhere. No one is interested. They can't use them to do any entrepreneurial thing, and we need to change that. So this year you will see compulsory attendance to master's and doctoral study support groups. You're going to see much more intentional problematization training of students. So they develop problems that are not just of interest to us here, but they are things that society is waiting for. You are also going to see a much more active connection between someone's study and the potential for meaningful, gainful employment at the end. Whether that employment is them generating it themselves, whether it's them being more attractive to employers than the next student, or whether it's them being able to apply for grants to support further research, that is what we want to prioritize and focus on with our students. So those are the changes that you will see. The rest of college team are here today to shine. I should not have taken the podium twice, but I thought I would just landmark some of the spaces that we are forging into to develop this engaged student, as opposed to students that are just book smart. I will rest there, and Dr. Chigwada, I'll give you back your podium so you can direct us going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for those insights. I've taken note of some of the issues that we have talked about, and if we have got even postgraduate students who are joining us online or who are here present, I think we've managed to grasp the concepts that have been talked about by Prof. Mgushini. Thank you so much, Prof. I encourage you to take down notes and comments so that at the end of the session we have a question and answer session, and then the speakers will be able to articulate further on issues that we are not, we haven't grasped during the presentations. Now, let me invite our second speaker, who is Prof. Karabo Shale from the School of Interdisciplinary Research and Graduate Studies. He's presenting on collaborative research, fostering interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approaches. Thank you. Over to you, Prof.
Good morning, colleagues. I still trust that it's still morning. Thank you, Program Director. Allow me through you, Program Director, to avoid maybe talking about leadership from the top until the bottom, just to say protocol observed. I think that will suffice for now. Colleagues, as you have heard, the topic that I'll be presenting today will just be roughly about collaborative research, mainly fostering interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approaches. And as you have heard, we come from the School of Interdisciplinary Research and Graduate Studies, led by our Dean, Professor Mkushini, in the College of Graduate Studies. I'm going to, in a way, just lay the foundation for my colleagues, and some of the things I'm going to talk about are more things that you are probably converted about, but just to get us rethinking about them, because they are the practical things that we have to do every now and then. The focus will be mainly on the importance of collaborative research, the issues around interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research, mainly towards societal challenges that we need to resolve. Also to try to give some examples that are out there on top of about innovative research, and also fostering effective collaboration. With that, let me start firstly. Some might call this monodisciplinary, some they just call it disciplinary, where we are aware in terms of literature, although there are different scholars with different views, that the focus is only on one discipline that is brought to bear and to solve the issues of the society. And that can be from any field. It can be biology, it can be law, it can be history, but the idea is that it's all about common ideas within the same field. However, in that, because it's a single focus, it's limited to some extent. The second one, which you might have heard also Prof. Mgushini earlier in the first session talked about, it's about multidisciplinary. Some of the colleagues, they call it MIT. But this one mainly is just focusing on mingling single disciplines to problem solving, while each discipline maintains its distinctiveness. That's a critical part. And from there, all these disciplines, they work together. Now, moving to the next one, interdisciplinary. Remember, we said we are from the School of Interdisciplinary and Graduate Studies. This area involves offer of parallel analysis of parts of a problem, and then it normally comes up with a new synergy that emerges from the transfer of knowledge between disciplines and the creation of new patterns. This can be either through new application of the knowledge, it might be methods, it can be processes or techniques, and also generation of the entire new discipline. An example that one can think of is bioethics. As you are also aware, biotechnology, there are a lot of fields that have been produced out of interdisciplinary fields. Although this field or the area itself, it's very powerful. Remember, the challenge is that it involves, it doesn't not necessarily intend to change the boundaries around respective disciplines or to change the relations between disciplines. Now, the three that I've talked about, disciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, all of these ones, as you are all aware, they are normally focused within the academia. And the challenge is that we need to have the business involved. We also need to have the society involved. It can be citizens, NGOs, it can be government or businesses, I've already said. Now, this leads me to now the one that is important. Remember, we talked about mono or disciplinary, we talked about interdisciplinary, we talked about multi. Now, the one that is critical, that is linking all of them, is transdisciplinary. This involves creating a space for shared perspective and a dialogue, leading to a joint analysis using the approaches that could not have existed without the crisscrossing of the fields or disciplines. This one, it's important because it includes the universities, which is academia, civil society, government, and probably businesses. They are all involved. The first three I talked about, remember, society is normally not involved there because they are more academic perspective. In terms of pictorial view, the first on your side will probably be on the left. Disciplinary, just as I said, is only mono. Multi is when you have two disciplines or more coming together. Interdisciplinary, that's when now they are joined. But trans then involves civil society also in the project itself. With those colleagues then, the issue that comes is why do we need to collaborate? What are the importance of collaboration? And as I said, I'll be talking to the converted. But the most important part is that we are bringing people together from different fields to try to come up with solutions. Secondly, the quality of research when we collaborate is enhanced. Thirdly, that improves everyone's expertise because it's a team of people working together. And also, the involvement of society, as I've mentioned, government and industry, that works towards a common goal within the transdisciplinary. Let me just get water. Continuing further, colleagues. Once you are collaborating, at least the good thing is that there are more eyes. The more the merrier in a project. There are better interpretations. Remember, a biologist might interpret data in a different way. An engineer might interpret data in a different way. Social scientists, people might interpret the data in different ways. But as a team, that will then at least give better results. Also, in terms of funding, as you are aware, I think earlier it was also mentioned that I think funding of companies also or institutions, they are also funding projects that are more towards collaboration, either in trans or either multi or interdisciplinary, but at least when there's a team of people working together towards solving the project society's problems, there's more funding on that. Also, especially in the sciences, you have access to facilities and instrumentation. And lastly, students also who are involved, they also start to learn networking issues as well. Going further, the issues of effective collaboration, building trust and establishing shared goals. As I said, we were talking about the basics here. Remember, in a group, the main thing is to avoid misunderstandings. Because once you are in a group, everyone comes from their own area. You have to now to try to see how you bring the group together. And also, because we have more people in the team, you need to have allow enough time so that the project can be started properly in terms of preparation of the proposals or abstract or papers. Also, one has to acknowledge the differences in terms of institutional differences. You might be working with, let's say, University of Pretoria, you might be working with Stellenbosch or either MUT or so. You need to think of those things, there are differences. The same as there might be some other challenges in terms of the colleges that you might have. And also, the project, once they are in terms of collaboration, they must be realistic. Not to have a bigger project unnecessarily, but realistic plans. Also, the issue of acknowledging people who are in the project and thanking colleagues in the project, as well as also making sure that when you have an issue, you raise it in a group in terms of collaborative aspects. Now, colleagues, I'm going to just challenge you or implore you. You heard earlier, Prof. Mguchini touched based on some of the projects that are multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary that are within the university. But if you can Google now, I've checked during when I was still preparing, I hardly could find any project that related to UNISA in terms of either inter or trans or multidisciplinary. I'm going to just show some of the projects that we got that are normally also with the science and technology. It says that then some of the projects that we have that are done, that I think our dean also reflected on, they are not necessarily out there in the, like when you Google, you hardly get something like that. The first ones that I'll just make examples of, which are more to solve the society's problems, it's about a project of the 2-minute noodles. We are all have been eating noodles before, but this project has now come up with the ones that are more of having morojo included. We normally know about beef and then chicken or curry and all that, but these are some of the projects that are innovative, that are out of transdisciplinary projects. Also, As you are aware, TIA normally provides funding for projects within the universities, SMMEs. There are some of them that talks about, the indigenous knowledge projects that are more about nutraceuticals and also functional foods. Some of them, it's about the honey bush. We are all aware about honey bush, which we are using, and mainly in the Northwest, Eastern Cape, and also Western Cape. Also, some of the examples, there are some of the cosmetical projects that are run in Mpumalanga and also Gauteng. One of them is also done in Mamelodi here. This is also including the society within the projects, while the government and university and industries, they are involved. Some of the projects I can just mention, Moringa. Probably all of us now, when you go to ShopRite or you go to Pick and Pay, Moringa is now almost on every shelf. That shows that way. That was mainly about Limpopo and Mpumalanga, food that is there, or some fruits and things like that. But now this is almost everywhere. That means then there's transdisciplinary projects that are happening. I can go on and on with a lot of projects that you might be aware of. There are also some of the medications now that now have Moringa inside of them. As an example, I think Maheu also has Moringa, one of the Maheus that we are producing nowadays, to show that the society is involved, academics are involved, and different fields are involved in the projects. With that, one of the examples I can mention, as you are aware, most of our people, they stay in the shacks. That is a fact that we cannot run away from. However, there are some of the scholars, through working with the communities, they developed a fire detector for the shacks. Every time when there's one shack can burn, what's going to happen? But as a way of solving the society's problems, this is one of the projects that has been developed. And also what is important also, there's job creation. Remember, once you talk about transdisciplinary, there must also be job creation. Moving with that also, as you are aware about in terms of the health aspects, the issues of TB, there are some of the projects that have come with innovative ideas that are including transdisciplinary, that talks about the smart spot quality, that you can check people every now and then about whether they are TB status and all that, just as one of the examples. The last one, if you have been in Cape Town, when you are in a taxi, you'll probably know chances of you being overloaded, they are very high in Cape Town than any other place. Some of the projects that have been developed that are more innovative is to have a detector in the taxi that will then check how many people are in a taxi, so that the taxi drivers, they avoid having a lot of people in a taxi. And that is normally linked with the traffic officers on their system to know that once the taxi says 10 people, once you put 12, they pick it up already. Then you have to be within the regulations. And with that, colleagues, then, it brings me then to just again talk about the fostering of inter and transdisciplinary teaching. Remember earlier there were some discussions about then how do we then try to move towards making sure that we move towards transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary. One of the issues I can mention, which was mentioned earlier, trying to then make our teaching to move towards that direction, or our curriculum to move towards that direction. It might be easier to start at either the postgraduate level in terms of the honors or postgraduate diplomas, and probably masters that are coursework based. But while we are still trying to work on the undergraduate qualifications, because as you have said, Prof. Mguchini touched on the base that the qualifications has been there to plan towards that. However, DHET, their view is another challenge. But these are the things that we need to start working on again, or restarting them again. Moving forward, colleagues, then the issue that is important is that, as I mentioned earlier, we need to foster discussions in the collaboration process and how different visions of reality, they come together as a group. Secondly, in the group of collaboration or working with people, as in linking with what I said before, we need to be active listeners once you are in a team, because that then develops and grows the development of all the team members. Also, the issue of trying to focus on, not just focusing on one discipline in a group, but rather fostering interdisciplinary collaboration within the entire group, or it can be transdisciplinary. Moving forward, there's something that I think our VP touched briefly on that, and Prof. Mguchini, as a way of trying to grow in this direction. We need to have now in place a reward system that in a way can at least either the deans or the chair of departments or either the research chairs, in line with the niche areas that were mentioned earlier, to try to then incentivize that, so that these colleagues can move towards that. Also, to try to advise and encourage our students that every project that is done is linked with a niche area, catalytic niche areas, but also try to have competitions where students can win prizes as a way to try to push towards working on societal problems, but that are more transdisciplinary. And also provide seed funding. The university probably, yes, provides some funding, but to make sure that once you start having a project like that, there's some funding that is going to move towards that project. With that, colleagues, then there are some challenges, as you are aware, once you work as a team. Number one, you know, when you come from different fields, there's always an issue of different epistemologies, different ideas, different school of thoughts. And the other key challenge is that once you need to choose also a suitable and flexible mix of methods. Because remember, coming from different fields, people have different ways of doing things. You have to sit down together and work towards that. Also, the issue of buy-in in terms of programs, because you are coming from different departments. And also, the other issue, the lack of skills. As you are aware, once you are in a partnership or in a collaboration, we don't have training that is provided to try to teach people to work together in terms of transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary. Towards finishing, colleagues, then the opportunities. Interdisciplinary approaches, they integrate disciplines, as I've said before, and they allow a more holistic understanding of the phenomena. Also, transdisciplinary approaches, they engage scholarships in interdisciplinary teams and also integrate practical considerations, and that impacts towards applying the knowledge. Also, as we have said, that we are aware, this will then advance knowledge. It can be scientific or in every area. And also, integrating of the ideas and expertise, they provide more opportunities, more training, and also, as I said before, the chances of funding. And I think with that, colleagues, Program Director, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Shale, on such an informative presentation. I've been taking down notes, and I've been asking myself, out of the research that I'm doing, is it solving societal problems? And out of the research that I'm doing, is it disciplinary? Is it multidisciplinary? Is it transdisciplinary? Or is it interdisciplinary? Food for thought for us. Let me also encourage our online participants to write down questions on the chat. Sometimes you might forget. As the presenters are presenting, you can put down the questions on the chat so that you follow them through as we'll be approaching the end of the program. Thank you so much, Prof. Shale. And I've also noted that there are some benefits that are there. There are some challenges, and there are also some opportunities. So I encourage us all to take note of that so that we'll be able to benefit from our collaborative research as a way of bridging the gap between science and society. Allow me to invite our third speaker, who is Professor Stephen Malaji, also from the School of Interdisciplinary Research and Graduate Studies, who will be presenting on engaging stakeholders, participatory research for societal impact. Thank you. Over to you, Prof. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon, colleagues. And greetings to our Executive Dean, Prof. Mguchini, colleagues in the House, as well as those that are joining us online. In my talk, building from what Prof. Shale spoke about, I'll present on the focus. The focus will be on the importance of engaging stakeholders in the research process to ensure that the outcome benefits the society. And then the second part of my presentation will be on the methods that one can involve the community, policymakers, as well as industry partners. And then lastly, I'll also explore some challenges and best practices for effective stakeholders engagement in interdisciplinary as well as transdisciplinary research. Maybe as a point of departure, let me look at the concept of participatory research, which brings together some range of methods as well as some ideologies in perspective in the process of research. However, its fundamental principle is based on the fact that the subject of research becomes involved as a partner in the process of inquiry. So in that way, as a researcher, participants' knowledge and their capabilities need to be respected as such. And its main purpose of participatory research, it seeks to understand and improve the world by changing it. Whatever challenge that one can identify in the process, there should be some recommendations to try and contribute towards that gap. at its heart or at its central, there should be some self-reflective processes or inquiry, as well as the researchers and participants should work together to make sure that there are some collective kind of work in order to achieve whatever objectives that one can set. The other thing that is important, there should be a clear understanding between the researcher as well as the participants to try to improve the situation that is identified in a particular community. Then maybe we can look at the characteristics of participatory action research. First thing is that participation is by people being studied. People that are studied, they are also part of the process or part of the inquiry that one is taking. And then the other thing is the issues around the inclusion on population, on popular knowledge. So it means one has to identify some current trends or some current issues that are challenging the community in order to try to venture in such space and contribute some knowledge. It should also focus on power as well as empowering the community. It has to empower the community at the end of the day. You can't conduct a community research without empowering them. There should be some element of empowerment at the end of the process. It should also be used for conscious raising and education on participants. So there may be some conscious issues that one wants to raise, and then through the participatory research, and then one can undertake in order to raise such conscious issues. And then lastly, it can be a political action whereby there is a certain political agenda that maybe one wants to raise in a particular community, and then the participatory research can be relevant in that space. That is why now currently with the elections, you'll find people moving around trying to check what are your needs in this community, as if they will come back and solve those issues. But in an actual participatory research, they should be able to use that process as a kind of needs analysis and later come back and action on the issues that are raised during that process. Then let's look at the benefits of participatory research. Then the first one, it can be used to increase some depth and understanding of issues by making a research more relevant. Once you enter into a particular community, trying to understand what are the issues in that particular community, then it gives you a knowledge, or it gives you the scope of needs in that particular space. What is it that they are in need? You don't provide electricity where they need water. So this kind of research help one to know what are the needs of this community, how can we go about to try to address such. It can also use to increase the chances of community adopting practices and outcomes of the research. So once you involve your participants or your community as part of the process, they then understand what are the outcomes of this particular project, and therefore they adopt that practice. They are on the know to know what processes are you going to go through in order to try to address such or to achieve such project outcomes. And then it can also be used to reduce some logistical barriers to research, which can improve the efficiency and reduce some frustration. Once you involve the community in a project, you are able to clear any misunderstanding during the process, and as well as reducing some frustrations that your community members may have by engaging ongoing with them, clarifying any issue that you find to be relevant, and as a result, the process is likely to be smooth because the community is part of the process of the project that is taking place. And then it can also be used to provide the ability to observe behavior as it occurs, thus increasing the efficiency of data collection. So part of the process as it unfolds, some of the observation may not be planned, but as you are part of the process, you'll be able to identify some behaviors in a way that you can capture, and it will assist to enrich your data collection at the end of the day. And it also minimizes the risk of misunderstanding due to close relationship that one has with the community. Once you build that good relationship with the community, then you are minimizing the misunderstanding, because the communication, therefore, it becomes clear, it becomes open, then you are able to engage and clarify any issues that the community may want or may seek clarity on. And then again, the research participants or the stakeholders already possess the required knowledge that you need as a researcher, because they were being part of the process as it unfolds from the beginning, and then therefore it helps you to improve the inquiry that you are undertaking. Then some limitations of action research. At times it can be more time consuming if participants are too involved in details. You know, the community, sometimes they can drag you back as you plan or as you unfold the project plan. Maybe some you find that they are attending the meeting this week. When you meet them again, they were not part of the previous meeting. You have to go back and try to clarify whatever issues that they may have. So as a result, that can be time consuming. And then in this kind of research, there is a possibility of biasness because the researchers is also involved. You are part of the process, and then as a result, some researchers may find it difficult to be neutral in such space. Again, it can produce large amount of data, which of course can be difficult at times to manage. And then lastly, the research participants may not be fully represent the interest of all stakeholders, particularly where the numerous stakeholders are involved. So you need to make sure that as you plan the project, you try to get as much as possible the representatives of all the stakeholders in that particular community, of which it may be difficult at times to represent everyone in the project. Then let's look at when one can use the participatory action research. Firstly, you can use this when you want to build some partnership and trust with the community. So if you have some ideas about how you want to build some projects within or some partnership within, and also to win their trust, because one of the critical things is to win trust of your community that you want to involve them in your project. So then you can use participatory research to try to build that kind of relationship, and as a result, it will result into a strong trust between you and the community. So at times you can use this to develop action plan for solving a particular problem. Once you identify a problem, then you can come up with participatory research to try to come up with action research that will be applicable for the context of that particular community. You can also use this to empower community by developing some community capabilities. As you do action research, you are able to identify the capability of the community by identifying key stakeholders within the community, and then once you involve them, and then it can help you to improve better outcomes in your project. Again, you can use this to identify community issues and relevant research. I already spoke of issues around needs analysis in a particular community, whereby you can use action research to identify those needs that the community may need, and then as a result, that will assist one to come up with a project that is more of impactful. Again, you can use this to come up with a project that is engaging the community. If you want a project that will engage community, then the participatory action research becomes one of the research or the research approach that one can use. And then it can also be used for planning and increasing awareness of a particular issue. If you want to bring some changes in a particular community, then action research can be a tool to bring such awareness. And again, you can use it to access some specialized knowledge between the community. There may be some key people within the community that got some knowledge that can assist one to improve the project. Then using the participatory action research, you will be able to identify those key people within the community and include them to improve the outcome of the project. And then when not to use the participatory action research, where the community group is interested in result but not in the entire process. At times you may find that the community are just interested in the final product but not in the process that you want them to undertake. Then it can be difficult for one to use action research because they are not really interested in undergoing the whole process but on the outcome. And then again, you cannot use the participatory action research where the problem does not seem to be important to the community. I already articulated on the issue of needs analysis. So if the project that you are taking is not impactful to the community, then it's likely that the community are likely not to be interested in that because it doesn't affect them, it doesn't benefit them as well. So again, you cannot use this where the research methods or type of data being collected do not appear credible. The credibility in any research project is very important. So if the community are already doubting your credibility of your tools that you are using to collect your data, then it can affect the entire project. And then lastly, it cannot be used where the research has had considerable theoretical developments and needs to be tested. There are some issues that are hanging within the community that need to be verified, or there are some kind of assumptions within the community that need to be tested. So in such situation, it may not be relevant for one to use participatory action research because such assumptions need to be verified first before one can start to unfold a new project within that particular community. Then this is just a cycle of participatory action research. Firstly, you need to observe, and then as part of the observation, you need to identify what are the outcomes of that particular project, what are the realities within that particular community, and then from there, you need to reflect on the gaps that are existing within that particular community. What are the gaps? What are the issues with the community? What challenges do they experience? Then from there, it will help you to come up with a plan. How can I improve from all these gaps that I've identified in this particular community? And then thereafter, you can act on the plan or on the improvements. You test the improvements if they really respond to what you intend to achieve at the end of the day. If it doesn't give you the desired outcomes, you go back again, you observe what is it that you have missed, and then you come up with the new outcomes, and then you go back again, you identify other gaps that may be emanated after you have conducted the research, and then you plan the improvement. So it becomes the cycle until you achieve whatever objectives that you aim to achieve. Then let's quickly look at how can one build a relationship or a trust with the community. And then first thing, you need to pay attention to people. You need to check on them. You need to try to be friendly as much as possible, try to engage them, try to listen to them. That's the first thing. And then the second one is issue around communication. The kind of communication that you have with the community, it should be that one that is open. They should feel free to pick up the phone and call you. They should feel free to inquire any issues that they are not certain about and be able to clarify them in that space. And then again, you need to appreciate them. Everyone needs to be appreciated in order to keep the relationship going. So as a result, as a researcher, try to appreciate the community and the participants of your project. And then also you try to extend yourself. Go extra mile to try to assist them where possible. And then that will make them to feel that you care about them, you care about their issues in that particular community. And you must also volunteer to do some volunteer jobs within that community, which will also result into a strong relationship between you and the community. And then you must also challenge each other to do better. So as long as the challenge is within the improvement of the outcomes of your project, you try to work together and challenge each other to improve or to yield better results at the end of the day. You must also back each other when things get tough. Try to support them, and then they will also support you. They say, scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Then the role of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach in a participatory research. So the fundamental difference between the two is that with the interdisciplinary research, it does not involve non-academic stakeholders in the process, while in the transdisciplinary, it includes the participation of non-academic stakeholders in the process of knowledge production. Then with the interdisciplinary research, one can regard it as a mode of research by teams or individuals within two or more disciplines that integrate data, techniques, and concepts to advance understanding of a particular topic. I think Prof. Shale already touched on some of these issues. However, the interdisciplinary research approach incorporates previous knowledge from different disciplines, but its main aim is to try to create more knowledge. It's not about bringing in different knowledge from different disciplines, but it's to build on that and come up with the new knowledge. And it starts as identifying a particular problem, and then the research group can sit together and try to formulate some group experts that are striving to solve that particular problem. And then at the end of the day, it allows one to create a central research question, which is the one that will guide the entire process. And then once the problem is identified, then the researcher can decide how they want the study or the problem and how they are going to delegate the research task in that particular project. And then the researchers may also begin with establishing maybe a sub-research question, branching it from the initial main question, which will determine the kind of method that can be utilized to conduct that particular project. And then thereafter, the experts can then progress into that data collection process, and then the initial analysis of data that is gathered. And then after collection, data can be interpreted and applied to the problem at hand through the discussion of stakeholders. So lastly, the interdisciplinary research may not necessarily end with the problem being solved, but it will end with the creation of new knowledge. So its main purpose is to contribute some new knowledge. Once you identify some gaps within the literature, it has to contribute some knowledge in that space. So with regard to transdisciplinary research approach, this is a method where the researchers attempt to create a solution to a complex or context-specific issues through combining knowledge and ideas from both the experts and non-academic stakeholders or key stakeholders. So there are three main aspects of transdisciplinary research. Firstly, the problem must be socially relevant. It has to affect that particular community that you are doing your research from. And then the project must also allow for cooperation and collaboration between the scientific discipline as well as the non-scientific discipline. And then the main goal must be to create a solution-oriented that can be applied both in scientific and in a practical space or the societal practice. So just to bring in the interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary together, both interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research are both great methods for create solution to the world sustainable problems. Both approaches promote shared learning and the creation of new knowledge from the relevant disciplines. And then they also share learning and the creation of knowledge which allows them the better understanding of the problem that make them more informed about the decision that can work better. And then again, the solutions are more likely to be successful when the knowledge is shared among the stakeholders. And then while conducting interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary research, it is important to note that the research approaches will be context specific and that there is no one size fit all. So that is why it's important to go to the community, do some needs analysis, thereafter identify the suitable strategy that can work better to try to solve the problem at hand. So with the rise of sustainable challenges due to climate change and other social, economic, and environmental issues, interdisciplinary research and transdisciplinary approaches are desirable methods to achieve scientific knowledge while incorporating the practical issues on the ground. And the collaboration of two or more relevant disciplines is likely to allow for successful outcomes when addressing issues or problems in a particular community. Since sustainable issues tend to involve a range of stakeholders and factors that impact social, economic, and environmental issues, the importance to include experts and non-experts or non-academic stakeholders when solving the problems become pertinent in this regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Malachi. We've led quite a lot in terms of participatory research and also how we can engage the various stakeholders so that our research will be able to solve societal problems. So from your speech, I've taken note of the following. One, are we involving the community in our research projects? Why? Because we are trying to solve the problem with them. Are we engaging them so that we work together in solving that problem? Because in some cases, we might come out with solutions that are not maybe in line with what they were looking for. And then I'm not sure if we can marry that with citizen science. Maybe you can assist me during the question and answer session. And I've also noted that in some cases, it is not possible to use this participatory action research. Why? If they don't want to, why do we maybe force them to do it? And in some cases, if they don't trust me as the researcher, how can they engage with me as I'm carrying out that research project? So as researchers, we need to build relationships and trust within the community so that they'll be able to engage with us in solving the problems that they'll be facing. And then in the end, I can say, let's take note of observe, reflect, plan, and act as we'll be participating in this participatory action research. Thank you so much, Prof, for such a thought-provoking and informative speech. Now, allow me to invite our final speaker, who is Professor Anton Brown, also from the School of Interdisciplinary Research and Graduate Studies. He will be speaking on translating research into action strategies for societal impact. Over to you, Prof. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, fellow friends in education. All protocol observed. I, however, would like to acknowledge my mentor, Professor Tumi Diale, sitting there at the back, and I mention her with a specific reason. As I said, she's my mentor. And so she has trained me in many ways. So both of us subscribe to disrupt pedagogy, disrupt theory, and both of us have a bit of ADHD. So we problematic. And Prof, if I'm out of order, the lady sitting there at the back, please blame her. But I want to start off my presentation to say the theme of this discussion is bridging the gap between science and society, fostering research and innovation for societal impact. And I have a problem, Prof, with this theme, because who's sitting here? For societal impact, and society is not here. Isn't it ironic how our institutions aim to bridge a gap, but that bridge looks like the one in Cape Town, half built, going nowhere. And I looked at this theme and I couldn't look other than that bridge in Cape Town and wondering, we are building where to? Talking about society, trying to make an impact to society without society. And we have to ask very critical questions as we gather, as we put together gatherings of this nature when we talk about societal impact. As I said, I'm a troublemaker. We have to ask those critical questions, those uncomfortable questions. Are we going to continue to see UNISA from the motorway and never set foot into this beautiful building because it is for researchers and academics? Yet, this is the cohort who wants to make an impact on society. So, colleagues, my talk will then focus on the importance of translating research into action. Also, looking at pathways of research and translation and strategies for enhancing the societal impact of research. I don't know whether Doc is still around here because he just had to assist me with this video. But how many of you have grown up? When I was an undergraduate student, I studied a Bachelor of Education, and the professor asked the question, why are you studying? And all of us had that popular phrase, knowledge is power. And you think you sound smart. I agree, it's also the first time that you learn English and you use this nice English phrases. Knowledge is power. Doc, can you just help me to put up this video, please? And after I said it, he said, young man, it's a big class of 300 students. He said, knowledge ain't power. I looked at him and I was like, Prof, what are you saying? Knowledge is not power. Here it is. Then he said, over these 4 years, you will learn this word. Applied knowledge is power. Now, I want us to, if we can, if not possible, it's fine.
We're waiting for sound.
Okay. So, as we are exploring the strategies to translating research into action, we need to ask ourselves, how do we do research that is applied? Okay. Now, okay, I have a 1-minute video that I want to play, and this is from a person who studied many moons back during the apartheid years, pre-democracy, and said a couple of things about this colonized education that I thought is still very relevant to our present-day society, how we teach, how we research, and how we empower young people to apply the knowledge in present-day society. If you are ready. This is the thing about technology. When you plan for it, it never works at the moment you need it. So don't worry, we have got an excellent team at the back. They will help us. I think in the interest of time, colleagues, we will explore it towards the end, but let's continue with the presentation because we have consumed quite significant time into the program already.
So the fact that you finished school as a chemical engineer, all you knew how to do was to write a CV, I hereby. We were educated to work. We were not educated to start up stuff. So the fact that you finished school as a chemical engineer, all you knew how to do was to write a CV, I hereby look for a job as a what? You never thought of us as a chemical engineer. You could go back to the village, find out some active ingredients in Mhlonyana and come up with your own thing for flu and what, and package it and sell. You are an engineer. For crying out loud, you should be able to convert proper juice into proper juice and put it on the shelves. You should be able to start using your chemical engineering knowledge in creating brands. No, instead, how beautiful is your CV? I work under pressure. I'm a team player. I have good attitude, and etc. So the whole country of graduates was walking the streets looking for employment, and employment was saturated. So people ended up leaving the country to come to other countries.
I could literally close my presentation here, Prof. Mkochini, because this is still the research that we produce. We still have people, I see it on social media all the time. I hold a bachelor's, an honors, and a master's in electrical engineering, yet I can't find a job. Help me with a paper, with a carton placard to say, I can't find a job. How is it that a mechanical engineer, master's holder, completed a whole dissertation, cannot find a job in this country that requires so many solutions? Let's look at some of the ways in which we can then translate our research into action. And so the first one is knowledge mobilization. I want to again remind you, knowledge mobilization and dissemination. Look at our conferences. It's people from the academic community speaking to each other. And where the knowledge is needed, it is not applied. How can we make our knowledge accessible and usable to society? How can we let go of the jawbreaker English that sometimes we struggle to pronounce, those big English words, and make it user-friendly for those who should apply that knowledge? We have knowledge clearly to the department. We have knowledge to policymakers and practitioners, but we don't have knowledge for the general public. We should have knowledge that's user-friendly in summaries and in briefs and in reports that can be consumed by the general public. And we have to ask ourselves, when we send these dissertations to the language editor, can somebody in Soshanguve pick it up and read it? Or should it have a particular English register so that a professor in the US can mark it? The second one is science communication and public engagement. Our director of ceremonies mentioned the word citizen science projects. I want to tap on that a little bit. Public engagement activities such as citizen science projects and participatory research can also help communities. Now, you will know citizenship education as the whole world was consumed by citizenship education a few years ago through COVID. We all learned the science of disease. My colleague at the back from health sciences mentioned the various elements of health sciences. But today, we are knowledgeable of the science of COVID-19 because it was a citizen science project whereby the whole world was educated about. How can we learn from COVID-19 where everyone can learn from your research project? The outcomes should be relevant and beneficial to the needs of society. If we got stuck, if we would have been stuck with COVID-19 and the scientific knowledge in 2020, 2021, none of us would have bothered about the word social distancing. Who cared about social distancing? But we learned about this terminology because it became a citizen science project that benefited everyone. Can our research consider everyone? And then thirdly, evidence-based policy and decision-making. Research findings can inform the developments of evidence-based policies and decision-making at various levels. Now, what is important here is that it should move from local communities to national government. But many a times, the take-up is problematic because it's a top-down instead of a bottom-up approach. We go into the communities, we explore the knowledge, and then we come from the top, and then we tell communities what to do after they were the ones who told us what's happening on the ground. So, you remember, as I just mentioned, the global response to COVID-19. This is a remarkable example. We have learned that 6 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccines have been administered worldwide through research that impact society immediately. Some of our theses have become, as Prof. Mkuchini said, door stoppers. COVID-19 has shown that the research that we do can make a difference with immediate impact. It reduced the cases of infection, hospitalization, and deaths. How many of you remember when South Africa started with digging graves instead of? But research challenged us the other way around, to have an impact and not to prepare for death. Studies on the effectiveness of non-pharmaceutical interventions such as mask wearing, social distancing, lockdowns, all of those informed us, and this was because of research. And we immediately applied this research. We also learned through COVID-19 about the mental health issues that came with that. We also learned about the economy of many businesses that closed down and the impact that it had on many families. It taught us about GBV and it taught us about technology. And this is the catalytic niche areas that Prof has spoken about. The interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approaches with one issue, a health concern that made us learn across disciplines. Unfortunately, we seem to revert back to our old ways of doing. Now let's look at some strategies, and I'm almost closing. for enhancing the societal impact of research, engaging policymakers and decision makers throughout the research process. Part of my problematic areas here is that when we design research, this is where the problem starts, that it cannot have impact if we look at our methodologies, if we look at our criteria of assessment of thesis. Are we looking for impact? Are we looking for transformation in our assessments? So our research design from the beginning to the end must explore opportunities that would have societal impact. Because if we don't pay attention to this, we're not going to do it. Communicating research findings in accessible and compelling ways. This can involve using clear and concise language. How did we move from the deep scientific language to have a very good understanding of what COVID-19 is today? Because language was simplified so that everyone could understand. If we remember those family meetings with cupcake, I mean the president, right? We had those many family meetings. We had radio sessions. We had webinars. Where do we find our research using those media? Was it only for COVID? Yet, it was the best example to show how scientific research has a global impact on society. Building partnerships with community, and Prof. Malachi has spoken to that. How do we build partnerships when we talk about them and not with them? Because they are not in the spaces where we have these conversations. And we've got to measure and evaluate the societal impact of that research. And so I have put out a few questions, and they sound very elementary, but these are the challenges, or these are the aspects that we do not consider when we develop our research that's supposed to make an impact. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Professor Brown. I liked the name that you gave yourself, Troublemaker. And as you were articulating your talk, I took note of applied knowledge is power. It's just not knowledge, but it should be applied. And then during that session, now what are the strategies can we do to transform research into action? And how do we do research that is applied? And from the TikTok video, I asked myself, how good is my CV? And even though my CV is very good, how can I transfer the research that I'm doing into action? And how can I make my knowledge accessible and usable to the society, since we are doing research to solve societal problems? And then I've also noted that we don't have knowledge for the general public, but in some cases we are just doing it for the sake of researchers and other people who are very influential in society. But these have come to us now. How can we make our research impactful? And I'm happy to see that there are some activities that are being done to ensure that the research we do will get to the society in a layman's language. Taking, for example, if we look at kudos, it will ask you, you have done your research, yeah, your research is out there, but can the layman understand what you were talking about? Can the layman understand and implement the solutions that you have given throughout your research outputs? And if you look at kudos, you'll be able to give a layman summary of the research that you have done, so that even I may not be knowledgeable in marine science, but if I look and read an article that has been written by Prof. Nguchini, I'll be able to know what he was talking about and what he managed to get from the field. And also the issue of science communication. If I look at it, the conversation have been very instrumental, and they've been engaging UNISA to do some webinars to educate researchers how they can communicate their research outputs to society. So in summary, I can say, let's think about the ways whereby we can deal with knowledge mobilization and dissemination, how we can engage with science communication and public engagement, and finally, how we can deal with evidence-based policy and decision-making. Thank you so much, Prof. So with that, I can now invite questions so that we can get some clarity in terms of what we have been managing to get from our speakers. Those who are online, you can also I think Annelies is assisting in seeing the questions that are coming through the chat, and those who are in the room, you can feel free to raise your hand so that you can engage and discuss further. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dumidiale. I'm from the College of Education. Thank you, colleagues, for the presentations that you have done today. And I just want to pose a question that any of the presenters can answer, because you are in the research field. You are sitting in a college that focuses on research. If we talk about knowledge dissemination, Professor Brown, and we think of it as, you said, around knowledge mobilization and dissemination, how many of us really have translated what we research on a daily basis to an ordinary citizen who reads Daily Sun in a train while going to work? Many of us strive to write to your Daily Mavericks. I don't know how many ordinary citizens reach Daily Maverick or your Mail and Guardians. So basically, the bridge you are talking about, Prof, we're so much good at holding our heads up high that we are knowledge holders for ourselves. And until such time, your paper is translated into being read by Daily Sun instead of reading about Muloi who fell off the broom at 12 midnight in the Daily Sun. And they begin to understand the research that you are doing. We are still failing the society. So I want to challenge this particular college. As Prof. Brown said, I'm one of the troublemakers. That's the part. I want to actually challenge your college, to challenge the rest of us in other colleges to begin to really disseminate valuable, impactful research that we think we are doing to the society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe Prof. Brown, you want to react?
Thank you, Chair. I think until such time that we move away from these valorized publications where we speak of journals of high impact, those journals are necessary. But that is our aim, where we talk about outputs in international journals and start publishing in a variety of platforms where it can be consumed. Your work in the Daily Sun, can you rework it in such a way that someone in the Daily Sun can read about ADHD. Also, this is the other problem, that if we have to decolonize our research, we need to think of research that will be in the language of the people. So long research remains an English project, we will not reach the population where it's supposed to make an impact. How can we, and this is now to the language developers, how can we develop language that translates our research? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Brown. Okay, there's a question there. Thank you so much for that. Any other question or a comment? Yes.
Sciences. This is in regards to the program that you just mentioned about, I think it's some sort of mentoring the upcoming master's and doctoral student in terms of incorporating the 10 catalytic niches into their topics on how to structure their topics rather to fit into the 10 catalytic niches. Now, here's my problem. As an employee of UNISA and a student of UNISA who intended to do her master's this year, I unfortunately got rejected on the basis that the department lacked the expertise in the chosen topic. So how do I go about that? Because my understanding was, or maybe I would find it very, I would accept it if they were saying, let's rework your topic so that it can fit into our, rather than we reject you because we lack the, how do I go about, what do you call, what's the correct word? To reapply again so that I don't get my year wasted, because I intend to continue with my studies, as in like, I applied last year, by the way, and I only got responded now in May. So I find it very problematic for me. Yet, if I heard very correctly, the Madam VP said, if you don't have expertise, you have to find them. So, Prof, your guidance in this matter would really be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, Prof, you can go ahead and react.
Sorry. Okay. Folks, can you hear me? Am I seem to be flashing because I'm conflicting with. I think, okay, now I think I'm good. Yes, thank you. So, folks, just, you know, we cannot hide from the fact that often when there's a problem with something in a system as big as UNISA's, the issue is more systemic than circumstantial. It's not to do with that particular circumstance, particularly, it's more to do with the ecosystem in which the circumstance is playing out. So we had an ecosystem at UNISA which has been undone now. By the way, it's been undone from 20 days ago when for lack of a better word, we banned colleges from being able to reject you on such unclear premises. Okay? So to get there, I have lost literally most of the people who are considered to be friends at my level of work are not friends anymore to get here. But when you're dealing with an ecosystem, you must decide at what point, what part of the apple you must bite. Hey? So everything looks amiss, and you must decide whether I go and fix your case and argue your case, or I actually forbid the system from just rejecting people on terms that we cannot make sense or head or tail of. So the current provision that is been instigated as of the 1st of May, I think, was this withdrawing the power from colleges to reject you without, basically they can't reject you unless they offer an exceptional reason as to why. The only problem with such a thing is that, registration is cyclic. So if I introduce something today, there are people who were affected by it yesterday. And I would, by definition, have missed them by virtue of that. So your story sounds like one that was missed by the new provision. There's also, and part of the other ecosystem is that, like it or not, we have a disproportionately heavy representation of staff who are supervising, but they themselves assess themselves as not having the acceptable confidence to do the job that they want. So the tasks that they are currently prepared for must be linear for them to make sense, that the problem must be one they can immediately conceptualize, see a solution to, without having to reach to the other end. So one of the other things we're doing is that we're training people. Because, look, I piped in a little bit earlier about the content versus process supervision. So people who have supervised a lot will tell you that many times, have I been timed out? Did I talk too long? Okay, this is a good measure. Yeah. Many people who have supervised a lot will tell you that, look, usually when you supervise a student, within the first year of them doing the work, they know more about the topic, the content of the topic than you do. And so at the end of the day, you have to have a certain level of comfort with being able to supervise something where the majority of what you're doing is to alert the individual to the intellectual process they must go to, the scholarly process they should go to, that if you're going to identify a viable topic, this is how you problematize it. You must show its magnitude, you must show it's topical, you must show this, you must show that. You don't, so before departments can take individuals that they feel have subject fields that they're uncomfortable with, we have to deal with the fundamental problem of confidence and self-perceived confidence in doing the work. So whether we accept you, then train the potential supervisor, or whether we train the supervisor, then accept you, that is all, it differs depending on who you are and where you are looking at it from. But one provision that we've now made is that if you were to apply today for acceptance, before you are rejected, the decision to reject you must come and serve at a committee such as one that I chair. And before I say yes, we must give up on this applicant, I will ask the questions about, can we not find an external person? Can you supervise content? Can you do this? But what I can't fix is the retrospective omissions that happened even 5 hours before this intervention came. And that is That is the problem of life. That, you know, things that were illegal or deemed to be illegal, not legal 5 years ago, when they become illegal today, you cannot retrospectively say, okay, yeah, and this unfortunately is subjected to the same dispensation. But if as a passenger on our ship, you now know that if you are to apply, that experience that happened to you will not happen. So that's the response. It doesn't fix your individual problem, but it explains to you what we're doing with it. If you're someone who's lucky enough to be applying into a program that is open all around the year, because there are many that are like that, you can reapply as of today. And you will not, basically the college does not have the function to reject you anymore until it comes here. So, but the ecosystem that we're in has got a lot of things to fix, and knowing where you deal with it. I mean, even the question about that Prof. Brown presented about where society is here, why is society not here as we speak? There is quite a viable response to that. We want society to come here when we are sorted and we know what we understand. And we are not there yet. By and large, we are not there. We could invite society and they would ask you, how do I move? And they'd ask me, and we'll give them 2 different answers. And until we solve that, we kind of have to decide how we expose ourselves. But it is, and this is a reality no one really wants to toy with it. The fact that we have a lot of internal learning to engender in people. I can confidently say this because last year, I think 2 years ago, we did a survey of all our academics who supervise students. 2,300 of them responded, and out of that, 73% say they're not entirely sure that they fully understand the requirements of their job as a supervisor. Now, if you went onto a taxi, you caught the dangerous taxis would go outside, and 73% of the taxi drivers said, I don't know if I will get you home. Would you get on the taxi?
No.
We are asking people to get on a taxi at 22,000 rand a pop every year. So there's much more significant things that we need to fix, but they are now on our radar, and they are going to get fixed, but it's one bite at a time. So I will pause there. Those are my sleepless nights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Let me invite one last question before we close. Any other burning question? Okay, thank you.
Oh, you closed them so quick. I had one question.
Oh, you have a question? Okay.
It's I had a couple of, one question each, actually. Prof. Brown's one, I think I've kind of but I had, Prof. Malaji, I enjoy and really am excited about the potential of participatory action research, but I worry about something, and it's another ecosystem story that, you know, it is a much more complex type of research to ask of our students because of the interface with almost always vulnerable populations. And I think it's good to promote it, but we must remember that as we promote it, maybe the students we are directing in that direction need some training around working with, you know, the ethics of working with more vulnerable populations, that type of stuff. And so, but because you are in the college that do and fix this, please remember that when we do this, we capture that bit so we don't end up with our students doing participatory research on very vulnerable participants and actually looking like they're exploiting them. When we just go there, we say they're taking part, but we do publications, and then once we've got them, we run away. You know, that type of... So we need to just manage that. that story. Prof. Shelley, you had mentioned something about incentivizing students around things, subject focus that has societal impact. It may be good if you have a moment to think of something that we can do to incentivize students. I mean, last time we had the option to assist students to get a chapter into a published book or something along those lines, because we do have access to resources to do these things. I just think we need energy and someone who can meticulously focus on it. So that's the ask. Yes. Then Prof. Brown, I think my request was maybe you should do an immersion process for us to immerse the society to us or vice versa. I think we should have engagements where members of the community are with us, but we should have a kind of structure for how we get there. So we don't just, invite people at the wrong time, in the wrong ways, and all of that stuff. Yeah. So those were my questions, points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Prof. Malaj wants to respond.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof, for raising that. I think the issue of ethics when you deal with participatory research becomes very critical. And thanks for raising that. We will integrate this with our M&D workshop trainings. Prof. Brown is responsible for that. I'm willing to have a workshop with M&Ds about issues around ethics on participatory research. Prof, if we can just know that, and then we can see if we can squeeze it in our program this year, and I think that would be helpful to prepare them in case if they intend to take such a research. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Shale.
Thanks, Program Director. Yes, Prof. Ngushin, I think on the issue of getting students, it might be something that we might also think of, because towards the end of the year, there will be some calls for postgraduate showcasing. It might be one of the things that we can then integrate in that project, such that those projects that are more impactful in terms of society, they become part of the whole system. But we'll work on that also. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Our last question, and then we'll close.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon. To Prof. Brown, I just want to check what are the universities doing in empowering our young people, maybe putting knowledge into action, because we seem to be struggling with that. I have 2 graduates in my family. I'm trying to instill that, but we are struggling. Maybe if that program can be included in the university, maybe undergrad, to say we are not teaching you to be employed, we teach you to become an employer. Because one of my members is an engineer. He has done mechanical engineering and he has been looking for employment. So, and another thing, coming back to the issue of my colleague there about admission to the masters, I think I had the same experience for 2 years where I was trying to apply for my masters. Even today, I'm not enrolled. I was promised by UJ, but somehow they said they had limited space. But I'm an employee of UNISA. I've been working for UNISA for the past 20 years. So, but if I am struggling internally, what about the student out there? And I propose that we have maybe a pre-orientation of some sort for students who want to apply next year. You cannot prepare your proposal or whatever, and only to be told after 6 months that you don't qualify, or maybe you were admitted in July. What are you going to do? So maybe if we can have that program in your department to say, we are preparing our students who want to apply. We know more about our focus area, because I'll be looking into my focus area and I think, I want to empower. I've seen in other countries, they are successful in business. When they do business, they become successful. But in South Africa, we are struggling. And if you want to research in something like that, that can also help to empower our graduates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. It was addressed to who? To Prof. Brown, okay. Prof. Brown, only 2 minutes. Thank you.
I'll try and use one. The issue for me here is that, Prof. Mkuchini, we are the School of Graduate Studies and we're looking at these skills at graduate level. And research becomes this big swear word from honors because it's this most difficult component of graduate studies because it is silent and invisible at undergraduate level. And maybe if we start with fundamentals already at undergraduate level, where young people doing their first degree can explore alternative ways to apply this theory that they find at, in their undergraduate studies, and not waiting until they get to graduate studies. I think the challenge here is that some people won't even go to graduate studies, but how do we capacitate them at undergraduate studies to research ways in which their knowledge can become useful in other ways than employment? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's continue the conversation as we go out for lunch. Allow me to invite you for lunch. There's lunch outside. And also allow me to thank you all for attending the session and being an engaged audience. And allow me also to thank our presenters, Professor Mguchini, Professor Malaji, Professor Shale, and Professor Brown. We have learned a lot from you, and I hope we are going to implement. Let me also invite you for a 2 o'clock session that will be held here by the UNISA Press. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry to catch you like this. Can I check?